powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
We are back again, Charlie. If today is your first time on my YouTube channel, don't forget to subscribe, don't forget to like, don't forget to share with your friends. So guys, I am currently in the Ashanti region, specifically Kumasi, and I'm currently at the Okomfanoche sword site, and this sword has been stuck in the ground for 326 years. Let's see what happens here. Let's know the story, the history behind why this sword has been stuck and it's still here at the moment. So let's go right into the video. The Okomfanoche sword site is located inside the Okomfanoche Teaching Hospital. We paid 2 cedis each, which is less than $1, and we were not allowed to take videos and pictures of the place. Let's enjoy the history.
The sword has been here over 300 years, 300 years and over.
300?
Yes, and it was here in 1695. That was when state came here to form a nation. Before the establishment of the Asante Kingdom, there was no a nation called Asante, but we were having individual Akan states. These states were having wars among themselves for superiority. That was why the Dinshwa people became more powerful than any of the Akan states. They dominated all the Akan states, extending their territories to Great Accra, the Gans. So they were treating them every 42 days. Most of the states have to travel from their area to serve the Dinshwa people. And the Dinshwa people are located present-day central region of Ghana, Dunko and Ofin. So when they were serving them, they were maltreating the people. And the heads of state had a meeting here and discussed the issue. Through the discussion, the Confanochi gave them advices, what they had to do. They should go and pray to their ancestors. So they discussed the issue, confronting them, and Confanochi gave them advices, what they had to do. So he told them they should go and pray to their ancestors and the Almighty God. The next day, and fast too. So the next meeting was on one Friday, which we call a Fofi in the Akan traditional calendar. And a big event occurred here, which he stood in front of the people and conjured the golden stool from the skies. The golden stool landed on the laps of the chief of Kumasi, making him the founder of the Asante Kingdom. That was 1695. And after the golden stool has landed on the laps of King Osetutu, making him the founder of the Asante Kingdom, all the chiefs who gathered were given a sword to swear oath of allegiance to the king.
They were giving what?
Sword.
Sword. Okay.
And after swearing oath of allegiance to the king, he was also given a sword to swear oath of allegiance to the golden stool, that he will protect the stool, because the golden stool that have descended from the sky is believed to contain the soul of the nation, and the name themselves is Santifo because of war. That's why the name Asante came, is Santi because of war. So after the golden stool have descended, all the states were having black stools, which they used to serve before the golden stool came. So they gathered all the black stools and placed them in a hole here, and ordered them to cut pieces of their hair, fingernails, burn it, and add palm wine to it, and ordered them to drink as a common. The leftover were used to pray on the stools and place the sword in the middle. They have subdued their powers to one, the golden stool. So meaning their independence to has to be taken away from them. That's how the sword has been done. Several attempts have been made, including Muhammad Ali and a lot of people who has come here too.
So wait, before they pull it out, is there any you have to pour libation or something to go? They just came and just tried to.
All right, they were offered a chance. So tradition were made before they were offered a chance to touch the sword.
So is there certain things you had to bring to perform that tradition? If I want to try
it was not trying per se, but when he came in, that time this structure was not around. So before this structure, people who were passing by for curiosity, most of them were trying to.
I have a funny question again. Have they tried using bulldozer?
Of course not. There was a machine that a white man came here to chain with it, and he tried to pull the sword, but he couldn't pull the sword from the ground.
Okay, I can see some bottles around the sword. Is there any reason?
That is the snaps, bottle of gin we used to pray. So this place is also a sacred area, a holy place within the Asante Kingdom. So they perform the rite here. So when they are coming, they come with the bottle of gin, and also we have the blood, the ram or a fowl, which they will have to slaughter.
So there is a saying that if you're a woman and you are in your cycle, you are not supposed to enter, a chief's place.
Yes.
Does that also apply here?
Yes. But for tourism's sake, the one thing is that we shouldn't have a strong agreement and maybe still have to force the outcome. If you don't know, fine. But if you know and want to challenge that thing, you might be hurt.
How?
Yeah, if you are aware
and you still insist,
to challenge the gods to see what will happen,
you can be hurt.
Okay. But I want to create a scenario whereby it's a school excursion. So like we were coming and then we didn't know. And
that's why I said because of tourism.
Okay.
We permit people to come.
Okay.
That's what means that you don't know.
Okay.
But if you really and you don't know, and unfortunately it happened. But if you know truly and you came and you want to still insist that this is, maybe I'm in this and I want to, nothing will happen to that one. It's between you and the thing. That one is spiritual aspect, but not.
So have people attest to?
Oh, not really here. People have not attested to, because if someone is within that thing, that person might not tell me.
Okay.
I see some stools around here.
These stools are for, that is for guests. If not COVID-19, we are supposed to sit on it.
Due to COVID. Is there anything else you would like to add to everything you said to us?
What I will add to it is like the golden stool, which is the soul of the people. A lot of people are saying that the stool has been taken away by foreign people, but it's not true. It is here. It is in the Asante Kingdom, but the king is the only person who knows where the stool is. That is his core responsibility, is to protect the golden stool. And the stool is a king himself, which always sits on the chair. The king doesn't sit on it.
I see. That's interesting. So that's the black stool?
The pictures of the black stool. That's pictures of black stools. Black stool you have carved of how Konfanochi conjured the golden stool from the heavens.
Okay. I hope you enjoyed this video as much as I enjoyed being here as much as until next time on my YouTube channel. I love you all. This brings us to the end of Kumasi videos. I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you all.
My name is Lieutenant Alexander Kweku Obin, Director in Charge Education, Research and Training at the Motor Traffic and Transport Department at the Police Headquarters. On the 22nd anniversary of GhanaWeb, and as stakeholders, we are proud to be associated with GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. And I hope all will also join, because road safety is a shared and collective responsibility. Thank you.
So Biana, Ejayu Abruchri, na Ejere wa Ghana, na opese ohwe de ekoso ofia. Just say Sabi ode obi ko raha ukunu betima hu
Se panel no so obehu time na ere no ofie cause door no obi bia wonya log ehu time na ere pie ne time waba
so then e tibo
na e be send you messages ama ohu say time we no die and time no pie cause opie bia obehu
se wani ji ye dwumadi na se onyanka crime check abusuako no a ye be sure se
o subscribe na se o subscribe wi a
adoma bi won chen
mi aso
se ne be ya
dwumetie biara ye de beto ono
onsa beka
na wo so betimi ahwebi
21st clinic say eba sciatica no ho every usisi mu kono a wo to ase ho no ntini na fa usrem ekosi wo na ase ho no ebo betimi atutu ama wo ankasa wo hu ba bi enye enti 21st clinic wo mu na ye sciatica expert e wo Ghana ha wo mu de bibiduro so ho abibiduro ankasa ene besan o ya no masa de machine aka ho ya de abibiduro ka ho ni asan de wato machine so ya san ya o massage bi ya wi a herbal treatment ya de awono ama ho ya sciatica 21st clinic na ya expert a wo tu ase Ghana ha ba bia wo mo ho enkran domi market wo ho heavy do dan ni mo ho ena Kumasi nso ahia uduru session so wo mo na nue dwabo so wo mo ho sunyane ni wenchi ni ba bia nkranza 0540 311 311 0540-311-311. There's a 21st clinic. Woman is sciatica expert.
So today I'm on a plot of land, not just a plot, a 40-acre plot of land around Oyibi, Old Sasabi. It's between Ubuntu Haven and Apollonia City of Light. hear the names. Okay, so this particular property has a good road, there's water, there's light. People have already bought theirs and they are putting up their structures. If you can see, just call the numbers and get yours. Be your own landlord. It's about time. Stay tuned. Okay, so we just passed Car Junction. We are still going around the plot. As you can see to my left, that is Ubuntu Heaven. Some have already gotten their plots and then have their buildings ongoing. There's light, there's water as well. You wouldn't have problem with land litigation and land guards and all that. As you can see, there are no land guards around. There's a good place to invest if you need a plot of land. Or you can even buy 2, 3, 4 and put up some businesses.
Tifane ya di bibi fufro kra na ebremo ya yinyina ye nim se emprepi no aya na abrofo kasa bibi for the take your security for granted. The normal di agre ye moye ho ban fa ye dwuma ho ye fie e na obetena kromfo a erefie mu akwakwia enipa na sebi emprepi no aya na yente asempa so won akokum nipa na yinyina nim se abrofo de omunjeja ho ho emprepi no krono bisia enche na broni na won de bone no ya chewo mo eba ebibre mu ha entisa yekun free yewiawa yewiaw free na crime check stress eye ade e friend bone no isi no kwan kasa na ide echre na arho sema ye title say especially ina no mo amanone no wa ba fie no na obi track wo na enipa bonefo teteteta won on fie eni baabi a won beko pinum ahwe won noma ebinim so wo ha won wo amanone no won bete na yakwa kwia wo na abehwe so akwa ye adwuma brehwe snow yimu na nipa bonefo bi de bone abedi bra boye bre nyina so aye amanone bra mo bre sembe ba baby bi ofie adachi bi mo retire mabetene fie asumtwie mu aya na reports ni bi wo ha especially mo abroche mo time ti na enso esi pa nipa akonfo how eninti na ene Calovan security for aba be kansa mo ka be kire no ma bibre say me am see hay enam Calovan security nti me fie ewo me phone so de ekoso me fie nyina mehwe me office ha ewo me phone ni so nti se me ni office ha de ekoso nyina e pese mehwe de ekoso enra ne nansa ne bosome me pese mehwe eno anse app bia ya download ato phone ni so eno anse me bo date na hye so say e bia last month 15th if I say me hwet the course wo my office video ni be yi ni nyina be ya kire me na e normal bebre e na Calovan security adaroma enne ufie se akonfo kura pese obi wia ho eno kwa de e sere keke if se nya de akonfo no betime wia wo de mo se o kaka ye kaka emprepi no wo se bo ha na ye da ye wa de a wo de be hye waso e be kai wo se chese nya de kura wo na ne beba se de medical aka no eno ma no edoso ntenne ye be call Calovan security pani I friend Rufai America buchimai mu na ote audi akoniaba for America and Ghana aba be ka yensa e wo ha Rufai e de say
boko bachana so
Calovan security yatemonka eno ma mo ye yatese mo hye champagne for pi Parliament akoko dampi moduma mo ye no won pese won so won nya ho emfaso yaka Calovan security moduma no akabi bi minim na maka
yeah no yeah in a way you be bought a man for home buying you be say a man for koda or masombeto because uniska boy when yes council also say obi be say be fa na me ankasa mu no 2019 me ba ha December ebe to fie ma Michael Blackson comedian a wa broche na me ba na madam for amene nam esete me ma na jo krom for be wi ame enti me show mo ba mintimi nye dede mpese me frɛ me family me frɛ police for mintimi cause na omugina me window no nchen na eno na they told me the yankupon yi me free me cause omo ba mu the second to try me the etuosi me so ma ba ko ka se ko mu nkumi nkra enti next kan na omo pe ba da na omo ba nde na me tues kan na wie enti omo ba nde me nyoma na omo ye de omo nya fa but esi ye no me call me ya PTSD enti esisi me so me da kakra post traumatic stress disorder and no unya is like nyoma kakra be na trigger what happened to you in the past enti no me da me ti dedicate to be a mintimenda so no not margin into me and recently I've been seeing a lot of people on social media almost real more manya like I know I see so I was trying to do something positive with my situation
so I know bro for na positive and no dey how the to check because me and me you bia na said America when so enye ho na me ya be stress bro full akese no like
enti no dey to me no na pese me dey bibi papa eboa o man no enti me so na ya me madom minim amanfo Puff Daddy Mo ne senior advisor Corey and some big men I mean so I me person na me use or more connection no edeboa ye nko for na ha so me at time and no more kasaye and I'm sure this is my idea and this is what I wanted to do the me person me so it took me like about 2 years me try samples na me pe nyoma e bet me aboa there 2 minutes na personally na man person ka bibia e de shem enti me panel we a designer ye de call more office or ma try ma mo say we need the ebeboy cause we
right but now ka say oh yeah panel we panel then and I can
we need a friend panel ni na we no nyoma mantima
ni camera no e be ma me fan check camera no kakra ansana eti for panel na all can say eti ma me fan check camera no kakra okay enti to ala so
enti we no na me ye about with door sensor obi bie wo door no na inside siren me ma bibia ye wireless cause ye wo wired fence ni bi oho but omutimi twa eba ana eno so na man feel safe enti we na me ye no eno ankasa free police for eno ankasa free wonam for like emergency contact I would to so be any pattern
okay any pattern yam fancy o pa che say adi no install a few more and that's a crown for a buffy ha hono chichi no na tifo nti ase we dey na besi
we dey share with fear na crown for yes or ba dey obe ni say obe pay safety wa ko pay baby a wa train cause we no ebe bibia ma onya to before say obe ye no we dey kan pro record wa sem we fear address ne we din na we dey see so into emergency ba enya afi na obe ye call cause time na o mobile no na pese me ye call ba na mo gina me window ne nchen ntimi nkasa enti me ye said o hwe me fie na ye dede no e no mo bu ni tu enti na mo pese ye be dede enti we na me ye no e the inside siren ba esa the outside siren eso ba
enti we no omo ref you ha sensor na e wo mu no
your motion detector ho
okay eno na be ma aye dede
e be dede so mo ye so mo fa motion detector na nchen ha ana se o mo bie door no ana window no na the room no say me so me before so mo buy no na me ndano na me ti dede kitenkete no mo bie China door no into that time na me ti ya no mo yan room into panel ni about with inside siren me ye bibia wireless say the bia omuntimi fa enya kwa
na some who say what the light be no dey and just any panel by we be ye dede
we no outside siren when the light was so say the bia e be reflect ama omo efie be na dede ni free ba
okay
into e dede na light ni flash we no solar
okay
into on charging ya he eno a we are be charging the bia ama and we so your inside siren we so yeah the battery ashim into we no the doom light crana
which is a battery na work as a battery
no yeah the ashim into your doom lighter eno ankasa say siso yes, the USB ashame into is ECG for doom lights for a day. Which made the power bank Emma Winkwa.
Okay.
Emma network so the SA. Yes, the same card ashame. Ebiana o data asa and now Wi-Fi internet doom into emergency banner unifie krana. And one kasa SND text message Efrel Emma or family phone now Obia who say on watcher.
Okay. Look at so bit me the nipa 10 and numbers ago. Say sacrifice banner say you know siren no ebula nipa 10 on the phone. When you now be alert. Until you be out PB bit me the number
and according to priority into what the first one the first second third till say 10 in nipa bako afa. Okay,
until our police for friends grab it me the numbers
and yes your office so ayaba no your premium services ne platinum ne diamond until a mobile call be fa no ye be monitor calls no because your office will be 24/7 our be monitor calls you need access to bibia call keke any ebenya je be say amount for who said they are in control error the omoyenim and obi eniwa obetima set omo up omo pia bibia ekura omo nse
okay
because
right ebi obi na mosaye
yes our camera wo yes your camera and also your motion detector ashim enti camera ninie eno no unhia wo ya bia odi weto so eno ano no o abrochire ufie bibia ebe send text message o nani o onkola o mufia ehwe omo uti kasa de ekoso two-way audio o kasa ema omote omoso omo kasa ema ote ena ye the night vision so ashim enti ye doom lighter night vision na nkasa ekeki in ema onhu esumu de ekoso na
okay I dey manage when say one man me back already na last time oba ha no a demonstration be in CCTV usually when yama lights out when there's lights out a cut off or something I don't know you know but we know a use battery okay na battery ni we na bibisa how do
rechargeable battery in the shape okay o connect here ya solar light no e be sa charge no into a doom lighter na eno na si so
right
and battery no so e check cause so be motion be enu and one kasa edum hibernate enti enyusu data enyusu bibia se nipa twem keke na sha share record na sa send text message or phone so say motion ya obi atwem enti anya afi na obehwe phone so 24 hours ahwe so obi aba
okay me no problem because me hu bibia na you very interesting in your demonstration where your officer emma na me hu de ekoso our officer me phone so kasa na omo enkoma na omu din na meti wo me phone so ewa abonten na mo abonten enso na meti bi de ekoso me hanyi nara na meti bituma cheshe no mu kakra man
yo amen fantus enti when the way atia no o kasa a frame. So as you can see, me kasa se say no me tino ha. And person me kasa Emma uti free camera ni ma. Hello? 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 On the way here no. And HD ni SD so I say. So you have the option. Say ne eba. Okay. Enti de be si bia na ebe send you notification obi twem wase a ebe send wa mo hu se obi aba na afi wa call phone so wa ko hu de ekoso ena ye doom light nso a ye the night vision ashem eno ankasa keken enti esum kra no hu de twem wo hono ena motion detector no ye de ashem se de bia se obi anu a wo twem a eno ankasa be doom no ho na save you battery ne data. Enti so we were trema and sana sha share record na send you message sana etia enti we no say our office and our fear nkomo ekoso bia no ote na also o kasa ni pa ko na wa se bia free camera ni
no de em say mantini ye say o kasa it bit ma kasa o phone so
enti phone so no mia tap to talk no o mia na fe wa kasa o kasa no o mate wa
on
Africa
office ho
ya audio wa say into a PA speaker no a PA frame
turbo does it mean say we so we install o fie na se me wa abrochire me den me pese me hu de ekoso abrochefo pii so wo enwuma abrochefo pii wa busuafo fie won pese wo mu hu de ekoso wo omu fie a na o me na o mabusuafo san kasa won betimi aye wo phone so o abrochire ahwe omu fie
panel ni weni na one app na control mo enti one app no we install ni me no a one app no we be a we see baby a we be no or access to both of them which me control camera no wa brochi a which me hu dey cause na 25 hours
obi o wa brochi no obe den necessary
no be download
app be no obe download
app store na Google store enti o ko o download and one no
app be
smart life life yeah enti o download and na wa register afa yo mo connect man na dey cause na obehu no on phone so and I say bibi ba ebesi ofio ana emergency bill enya afa na omukwa yi memory card ana bibisa o na with me send the link ema police for ma omuhu live no or mo phone so no mo hu dey cause omo wi ana wasa restrict omo access to the app no it is emergency bill cause ho na person family bi hu say na cause na obi aba ho and one say was send it from app no ama police for link and na yeah office for link you be hu the question na from your phone so and you can see your contact
obetuma send amamo so bibia na amamo I follow up after we are no asa restrict here ema ye hu the question na madam ko be kan say me che me say bia na ejayi wo abrochire na eyere wo Ghana na opese ohwe the ekoso ofia je sabe o de obi ko ra ha ukunu betima hu so de obi ko ra den na eyere nso abrochire na eja pese o twafa ho a eyere nso betima hwe ne phone so say be mai e de obi ko
se panel no so obehu time na ere no ofie cause door no obi bi a wonya log ehu time na ere pie ne time waba
so then
na ebe send you messages am ohu say time when or die and time no pie cause o pie bi a obehu na oba bi a ebe send you text message we bi door and our two door nim intini na one app no eye bibia ema ohu
na ho se suze esre na menim de ntia osre ade a megidi se ne papi ene beje ho se akwantu mu nsam ama aware pie gu obi wa ha sebe ne yere wo baabi naja ono so ye de mfata so nti megidi se normal way so no atiefo ade a bema ahweyie enso aba aware mu ebema trust and confidence enso aba ese wiase no esesa de wiase akwakodun nti du wa bia bu ha na ne yere ofre ne yere ba ko ni no antia camera wo ho o hwa be hu so yere o fie wada owurade mu wada so nti bibia na KKK ni bi ha na eni enyina so bia we wo ho yi camera wo ho yi chese bibia ba be ye kama wonim se won so wudi boni ana wajai se we so eba ebe expose nti no yentoa yenkomo so de bi na wo edeman
kana ye wo nyoma bebre ho a eno no ye custom ye ase wo buy ebe hu ya ebe che okwan ya ebe fa so abo fie ho ban na wo djuma ho ban enye bibia na ye de tuga cause ye nyoma bi wo ho a be se onkwan na wo se de bia da obi bedi ubone no onhu de wo ho na surprise no enye bibia na de tuja inti your office ho ofre ya anase oni edikita ho a ye be kire onyoma e betime de abo ofie no odwuma ho ba ana yo we nso ho no we nso your backyard or driveway a ewo ho inti efie wechi ho unhu a odi we bo ho a we en charge nya hwe ewia eye ma inti obi twem ho a we a ewo wo dem ebebum ama wo hu se obia betwem wo wachi ho ana ofie echi ho enti we no utimi connect back 7 man ofie echi ho wo driveway enti so obi free driveway ba we ne bebo ama wo hu se obi ba ama we ni ahu ba ono ohun se wonim se wo ba cause we ne nya hwe insie boss wa nya hwe no no se ebo ho enti obi twem before
so crowd of se kanea bi
obi hu se kanea enti obi twem a obi hu se we na abum enti obi hu se 1 and 2 when I be set it into the home baby and nipa ko na e de
e bi kwa no bi akotel wo achi no pese wo hwe so obetimi afresi mo a nature say amount information ne dada
amount information dada no so obi ba ama wo hu de wo ye
aha okay etiefo we de nigesem bebre na papa yi ye pre den say obeba ne ne de nkomo nyame adom ene waba nigesem waba wabe church no mom na se de odi kan no se edoso na yi ebe bosumi ni ba ko bi odi kire me kra de eno ye de shepunase eno no una de shepunase ni pa na ni chese aje wo ye den epono no ntimi ngoram edoso bebre be se de wa kan for security reasons ontimi emfa ni nyina entudwa nti se wo pese Calvan security omo ebuwawo na ofie ubo ofie hu ban wa bo wa nso hu ban a be ka ban ba nya malam ban bo ni bi but we technology security hu akade e wo ha odo woni beto de be kwa koto malam bi so no a kire se dware ha ban na kromfo ba ontibe mo otu enne atwam tetensem sebe enye adwuma biem yeni nipa bi wo ha o so botu bomitu amadi adura enko en social media ye try to na kaw no nipa ne da ha okam sa no ma no atwam tina brofu do be bia no mo sere en kwa technology no wo ho en Calvan security a kire en se wo ye bitima boye ho ban kra na nsen kra me na ma na mani age e said ye koso o madwuma mu nyina me hu me pese me hwede me ma eye ofi a me komi phone so keke se na ekiro ha na one nam no na oye den wose dey na sa okọ adwuma me san me hwo sisia ni nyina ame ate ase so wo Ghana ha na wo pese obe monitor wo fie se wo abrochire na pese wo hwede ye koso e wo fie Calvan security adaroma o ma ba Ghana a ene empanifo pii na ehwehwe wo nyuma pii na ehwehwe so eye wo ye adwumaku o hwen ewo Ghana ha na pe Calvan security ama wabebo ho ban nya fe na MD wo fia na otie o ya o dwen de ekoso wa adwumam uni how na de dekra ne se de medical kan ye sha ase no utimi bo playback into last week BBC ya oba bibia nansa me ne me secretary Suzy ye ko kasoa ena me wo fie me se me bo me komechi abo ye koye no me input to the previous date a share ho ampa Suzy ne gina ha wo sere kwa nche se bibia bibia se ohwe sa CCTV so battery de a kire ya san record audio ya nche se okra we pani na opie na ja omo twa wompoa o wachi a eno anso abo playback omo twa wompoa omo so wati kotenten ni nyina no ote na emo moba nye so obebro omo ya ade a ni pesu enti no ye ma ye kasa enye tenten so ope Calvan security na ma bebe ka enti no aha ena ye de adwuma de besi enti papa Rufai ede asem wasema etwato enesen
me pese obia etese ohun se omunti na yaba enunti maba asaba emuvu aba Ghana cause na me pese me hu se ye etu ye enunti na maba no ye nimpenifo kese a mo experience ene tai chi a omo pese ye den ye bo Ghana ho ba enti entwen emane nto ansa na do tumirika na be hu ye na ye hu kwan a ye be fa so abo the mekano
yo Calvan security omo email so address no eno na issue ewo ho no se bia pese o send o email eno so ho so pese o send o WhatsApp on so a o WhatsApp eno na issue ewo ho no eno o nkasa wa o pese wo enam ye so na ono o di nkomo so ebi no ha o from se chenchena yenya endozo o no o nye nipa bonefo na enso pese enam ye so na ono o di nkita ho de bia ene ye nkasa bibia o mo kire bia no ubisa wo mo ana ubisa ya ye de be ka ho ama edamase da se ne se Nyankopon ma ho kwan ya ye besan aba mo chen bia
10-year-old boy was murdered here at Kaswa near Great Lamte Mills. His name is Ishmael. He was murdered by 2 of his friends. They suspect that it's a ritual murder. We are currently at the residence of the late Ishmael to speak to his family, specifically his father, about how he heard of the death of his son. Join us as we speak to the father here on GhanaWeb TV.
Okay, I'm saying, Nano memory Friday, that was Friday. And my banner friend me say, Wafimi, remember I'm a best around. Namsu, and you want me, yes, so when the Samia Domina Quine Bamwa made a Babala Bashom. And Missimu Saturday, Mawoti region. Missimu Saturday, Bessa Numbre 8 o'clock. Until about 4:30, Namo Concoma. Until before 6:20, Nama do film. Tell me by a long mother. Tell me about Pronoma, me be a Prono, and Onyana Quarano, no person best or impo. And I was over Papa, pet no bopity. And I sorry, and obey me a two. And I'm so, what's a member, Maba? Then, what they are jamming, and then I would have to mammy. And do Pico or Mammy, to buy and also, wouldn't Kusia at Wammy. And I'm sure you. Tell mammy, tea, and my engine I am no way, Namaso, my bread. To me, Gary, and I'm say, may tell me Mokakra. And see me with them, Thomas Bontia, and this is the present, you see a Gary, so Gary, until Shenika. And then Natalia sent to ye Nick and a car box pantano. And see, according to Pierre Bontini say, and see if you know Mukum, small baby, and of a fray, my banner say, Nebras ombra. Say, Omono Mudiago, and Tacarano so you refuse honey me bandy Bibia, Momon, a laptop on and a book Bibia, and I'm a bandy Pierre, and see. Ofa kwan no omokono omufan see o so omufa according to eyewitness omufan see ekofa see bepie see no ba biade no esiye no enti me wo ha be say tem ofa no na me yira bowre dem abobo pono no say yakumi ba me say what yakumi go bi a me no sisi ya no how come enti na menti ne ma bia say na me bo biti me pa bokona mamfa me di amerika kri ko pio me ko du ya me bana ye de ade aboniti pinka sa boniti di block akuna nkwara na sa tu amna omusie akwara na ndoche no de agu no sa be duru no boso ha enti sa akwara na obefre me ba no ono na sa tu amerika ko bo papa man de say sei na ninuanom aye enti o papa mbehwe enti papa na di amerika ko hono okoto ne bana ne na damfo no na oso mu ti odo mu wura fie no na okachire nkwara na se omunchire meyere ni a omakoye no asema omakopa ba no ntimi mbie na no nka enti omunka enchire meyere na amanfo betwahia sana amadi afre police na police for no ba ya na omaba form e de omako ankwara no ese ifri na no na ba ko penino wo mu no ese by Monday ni sika beba ono be daka kese mu pa Range Rover mo no be da Range Rover mo ni sika beba nti na o kire na namfofo no na mimi nim se me ba ho plan na o mo fa se no ko musie no mo ye ne se o musie nipa na o ba be fa ayi no ko be bandra na adwo na nko mo betu o ma be kire ba bia we no na nko mo afa no mo de akọ na nyame so nchade nyame so ayi o mo ho bakutifie ya area boys nto ni mimba no se na meka se owura mu ha omu didi ko ba ye bibia ne ko be laptop omu ye adebisi e kire aka sei no nye omu kora na egbo anopa no ne brother so gira wo woro ka na nkwara no bo ayi no nde wa hwe no wasi awura omu nje no wa wura da mabeda aja omu asa kwara no de ye mon kanza mbaba bia mfa sa kwara no akubi o so adi 1870 on de no mon kanza mbaba bia mfa no so ko repair kwara bi o school bi mama e chi no ko tum enti oba ye no so ya manan obetro we se ya oba ya manan tworo o tena fie na no ko classes na yi na o de ko tworo exams no enti na ni tibia bia em so wowum ese sa akwara no abusan fo no o mo de space ne o man to mu na nse ha na we aye no o mo te ha yi o mo na ndra police fo no ba to mo se na no po mu hi o mo police station enti free ho no be si time we nya yi hu mo ani me so yanko police station one opawe And Kwanano, a jitum, so be now small. And she said, police one also say, and Jamo, Monomoto Tomano, the Papuna was small. A bass asked me, Joe Mufun, no could have phone me, and made you phone, Edico police station, and the Baco battery name. Second one, Aqualanum, Bacoma me phone, and also cry new phone, Papa Bia. But and also no more call, you be some man and number crossing and Casacra with name and number. And to no new friend, but no receive no Saturday. Phone out to a new new phone was until my new phone Aqualana Fana, or this Juman.
Sia Ebusiano more funny saying.
Ah, Sia, and I say Munu a war police hospital. And no also when in then I copy much and a holiday. This in a police phone as I just say, I'm out of my branda. And a Becona, a Cohen, a Befas on Bejai, Imuno Mamma.
Yes, I know somewhere.
At some more Casua Division Police Station. Case in the and most of the Agorocra, Omudi case the Agoropadia, and Papa because Maniabrepa, Maniabre. So, 7 days, and person with us, some of the Diagorok, as I'm here assassinating a bed than able to Maniabre. Media say, Pepe, Pepe, Sanyas also dear. And then me here for a Bible was some quarter life imprisonment. Sanyas also dear. And so met Johnny Dembrana Shemensa. Timania Prepa.
We just spoke to the father of the late Ishmael, who was murdered by his 2 friends here at Kaswa. It's a sad scene in the house. The family are very devastated about the whole incident, and they want the law to take its course. My name is Eko Ataedu, and this is GhanaWeb TV. Here we are at the place where little 10 years was murdered at Kaswa Kola near Great Lamtemil School. His brother is here and we want to speak to the brother. Boss, good afternoon.
Afternoon, boss.
How did you hear the news of the passing of your brother?
Ishmael is my brother. My mother and Ishmael's mother are the same mother, the same father. But I'm in Volta region. So it's like yesterday. The caller informed that Ishmael was murdered. So I couldn't believe it. I was supposed to rush back to Kaswa and see what happened. By the time I'm back to Kaswa, Ishmael has been taken to the police custody. So now, what I'm about to say is, Ishmael is dead and gone. But the parents of the murderer guys should be aware. They should be aware that when the child or their child is back, if it were to be their child, what will they do? So now the painful of Ishmael is in us now. Ishmael is not a bad boy. He respect. It's so painful. I've seen some before. I'm in Ghana here, in Volta region. Someone have killed someone before, but the murderer person's family is rich. They've bailed the person out and left the murderer people in pains. So if now I see the boy, I will retaliate. Because now Ishmael is dead and gone. He's not going to be found again. So
it is very, very hard, but
take a look at the room. This is where they are. And this is where Ishmael was lying yesterday, before he was taken out from the burial. This is where they have made him lie down. So now what I would advise people is they should take care of their children. Not all friends are friends. If your child is going out these days, you're supposed to take care, know where he is.
Okay, around 11 o'clock, I was in the house and then I had a call from my sister saying Ishmael is dead. And then I was finding out which Ishmael, because there are 2 Ishmaels I know. So as they told me, my friend's brother Ishmael. I was with my friends around, we were like 7 boys. And then we left whatever we were doing and then we rushed here. So as I came, I saw plenty of people around. with the guys over there. So I wanted to see Ishmael with my eyes. And then I came here and then found Ishmael lying lifeless here. And then I rushed there. But when I rushed there, whatever I had to do to revenge for my brother, I had to do it. I wanted to pay them back because this guy hasn't done anything to deserve that death. How could you kill an innocent soul just for money? For blood money? No, it's not possible. This little boy, you can't do that to such. Ishmael should rest in peace. If I'm a family member, they will also die. I swear, because Ishmael plays with my brother. Wherever I will see Ishmael, I will see my brother. And for the past 3 days, my brother hasn't been coming close to Ishmael. So anytime I come out and I ask, where is Kobe? There's a Kobe is in the room. Where is Kobe? Kobe is in the room for 3 days. And then the Saturday morning, I came around, I saw Kobe in the room. I didn't understand. I went back home. The next call was Ishmael is dead. It's very painful. I know them. As they were growing up, we all grew up. And that Nicholas boy, he has been sleeping in my father's house. We've catered for him before. We went to the same church with him. Going to our family house in our hometown, we go with him. He was like, I would say like a brother, because first, if you don't know him, you will say he's my brother. Because he normally comes to our house. And then we've been so close. But when he started doing those drugs and things, and then he just went away. The other guy, I also know him here. He stays here. He also plays with my brother. That was what I'm saying. If it shouldn't be Ishmael, it could be my brother. Because they all play. Although they are not, that age range is too far, but they all play.
I'm his class teacher. When I heard the news yesterday, in fact, I was really shocked because Ishmael he's very good in class. He's caring, he cares for anybody in the class. I was really shocked and I can't even say anything. When we heard the news yesterday, we didn't know what happened. So we came today with our director to the parents and the family. So what they told us was, it was his friends. They planned everything, but we don't know. So they came here they hit him with a stick and then they wanted to bury him. So in the evening, they will come and carry the body to a different place. So that is it. We are all down. But then it has happened already. No one can bring Ishmael back.
Well, death, nobody can take death for granted. So we are not taking it lightly. It's very painful. It has happened. Now everything is in the hands of the police, but we'll wait to see what will come out of the investigations. Apparently, according to the boys, they've told the police that somebody contracted them, and that the night of yesterday, they could have come to pick the body again back to Volta region. And the purpose of which they were sending to the Volta region, nobody can tell. So that's what they confessed to the police. And the names or the phone numbers that came up, they have the police have made an attempt to call those lines, but they've not picked. So they are still investigating. So by Tuesday, God willing, we'll go back to the police to see the outcome of what they've been able to investigate. No, he's at the police morgue. And because the father is a Muslim, the police have assured them that by Tuesday they will release the body to the family for burial.
Simpani had an Namakasa and Obi a Chibeda, Coco Beda 60, Ida Chibeda 30, Ida 20, Ida 10, 15, 3, Waha. It's a Hamadan in Yamada. And Namana, Yamada, and the better the way yet to the miss my name, why I'm all good in San and Daman. Let's walk a bit Kamakasa and Nambia. Walk my one. Mohaba and Tanya and Nama, my friend, one of woman, Quapo, you are John, don't you? But what will you be? Naswatana will be no matter. One was the watching one now, Bianis or Tony. We don't teach you what to tell you what on the Macasacas. P. What to watch what to nti mafa na ma ba hina no wato ntane obi anyi wa mafa ni bia wa ntane na awo pena boko keti na boko fie awo boton so boko fie atan wa so ho na wa wi no ga ne 40 bia di bia enyam na obugu ale bia to du wa wa akɔwe ma 40 bia ba no ntane ayen pa bo hina ye bode mama enyam na mfa bi nko be bia ye
le wo wana la kan be pie Showbiz ku nshonu egbu e ko nu momo ona nshonu ke fie ko me to tata bo san wo momo wo yo da ni wo hani ntu afan ye no yo je ne ji first time ni ne si pa ko ni na ga se ni to faji no ni ene ni egbele si no wo momo da ni wo awo ba wo momo auto plus ne wo momo pie su enu eyin oni le dia kan show your poison ko abe ko ni wonye wo ka poison amomo ko to mo woni ni fi ni oji oni ha ni ma se gbe yi
oni wo lo ebe ba shi this is biene toilet ni o biene ona no ame le tunre ko no na me shi machine ame shi tofa ame wo jeme no jeme lo ebu ajeme no ni lo chon tunrem no chofo agbriam no lo to no hina ba lo se je lo en be ba shi keke si chofo na me shi aga gbile ko yin bi ene chofo la nje o ngbe sha si je ni lo ele nje be ba shi
Everybody has a role to play in avoiding accidents as well as preserving lives in the events of any. As such, the Ghana National Fire Service, one of our partners in the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign, is in today's edition going to educate us about their role as an institution as far as the subject of road safety and accident management is concerned. We are here to talk to Assistant Divisional Officer, Grade 1, Ezra Mingle at the Ghana National Fire Service, to tell us what the role of the National Fire Service is about in terms of accident and road safety management. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So where does the fire service come in to save lives in the event of accidents?
Fire service, as everybody know, normally have the perception that we only fight fires and then educate the public on fire risk. But then when it comes to road collisions, we have a lot to do. First and foremost, all hazards that are at the scene are to be controlled by the fire service. Apart from that, we are to provide specialist equipment, like things that can cut, can spread, can crash, and all other equipment that can extricate casualties whenever there is a collision, especially when they are trapped. Other things that we can do as a role is casualty treatment with extrication plan when it comes to road collisions. Basically, this is what we normally do. But we can also be aid to the ambulance service by helping them to do a lot, like manual transportation of the casualties, like even stabilizing the casualties, and all other things that the ambulance would like us to help them to do. So this is basically what the National Fire Service does.
How does their role, your role, I mean the National Fire Service, your role intertwine with that of the ambulance service and other security services at an...
Now let's look at this situation. Whenever accident occurred, 3 agencies need to be present at the place. The police have a role to play. They will come and then do scene control, scene safety, and also public order. So the police will be doing that. The ambulance will come. Their role is to treat the casualties and also transport the casualties. Now, if there are hazards there or people are trapped, there is nothing that these 2 agencies can do when it comes to road collisions. So definitely the fire service have a lot to do for the ambulance before they will be able to transport and treat the casualties along the way to the hospital.
Wonderful. Because oftentimes people think that your work is intertwined with that of the police and the the what's the name?
Now the police is having a separate role altogether, as I said. They will come, you see them taking some measurements, you see them writing certain things, taking custody of people's property, and so on, or regulating the flow of traffic, etc.
So when exactly does the fire service comes in?
Now, whenever there is a collision, all these three agencies are to be present. If ideally, should be at the scene at the same time. But in our part of the world, most often police are the first responders. Whenever we remember anything, accident or collision, we remember to call the police. So they respond most often the first. But then if they see that there are casualties, they also in turn calls the ambulance service to come in. But in most cases, when those two agencies get there, there is a little for them to do because there are hazards. There are also the chances of people being trapped. So definitely all the three agencies have a role to play. Our tender cannot transport any casualty. Our treatment levels are limited. We cannot administer pain relieving drugs. We cannot give infusion, etc. But then we can treat, open airway, stabilize the spine, and do all kinds of things.
People say that that aspect of your work is the EMT sort of emergency management treatment work.
Now, every fire personnel have been trained in basic, at least basic trauma care. So it is beyond even the something that somebody will call first aid. There are a lot of things that we can do. We can assess the casualty and know what is happening to the casualty in the first place. We can stabilize the C-spine. We can also open the airway and secure it. We can also control bleeding. We can support the spine from compromising it, etc.
So all these are taught at the school?
Yes, every fire trainee goes through this training. So if you are operational, it means all those things are there for you to do.
Okay. There have been instances where demographic factors have caused delays in the arrival of personnel at the fire scenes. Does this happen with accidents also?
Let me quickly come in and say this, that it is not in all cases that the fire service will arrive late based on their demographics and those kind of things that you are talking about. In most cases, no one calls the fire service in the first place. The calls will go to radio stations, will pass through police stations and other places before getting to the fire service. That is one. Two, where we are talking about accident-prone areas, those areas, majority of the people know that the fire service are to be called. So those places, their response time had improved tremendously. Because most people know that when the fire service get there, there is absolute solution to most of the problems that they encounter. Like people trapped, like hazards around, and those kind of things. So for those accident-prone stations, like Onongo, Nkoko, like Suhum, and those places, like Winneba, the response time is improved tremendously. Because the people within the area knows what the fire service does when it comes to accidents.
So when you say improve, in terms of statistics, can we give a percentage as to compared to last year, last 3 years, and the previous years and all that?
Oh, if we are talking about the number of collisions, for those ones, we mostly don't keep those records because the number of collisions are more than what we attend. At certain times, we are not called. But those that we attend, we can see that are between maybe 250, 300 annually. Attendance at collision. Yes, annually. That is between. But then from the MTTD department, they attend most of them. If there are no lives involved, they don't normally call us. So those records, we don't have them.
Okay. So in terms of the fact that you said the demographs do not count at all, as in you are not called.
I'm not saying it doesn't count at all, okay, but it is in the lower percentage.
Okay. Okay. So in such case, what do you guys do then? What happens?
Normally, whenever, as you are saying, the area is not accessible or there is problem with traffic, etc., those things we go on educating the people of the area in most cases, at least to know what they are to do before the fire service gets there, or when they see that this is the situation, they should give way or assist the person to get there as early as possible. So these are some of the things that.
So on the back of that, it means that the fire service role in road safety campaign has to do with the education aspects and all that. How frequent do you people go to educate these people?
At least twice within a year. That will be the minimum.
Especially in the...
When it is getting to the festive seasons, like Christmas, at least we go to some of the radio stations and TV stations and then try to educate the public. Then when it is also closer to Easter, just as we are, then we also do the education on TV and radio. But then let me quickly add that we cannot buy the airtime most often. So as and when the opportunity comes, we avail ourselves and then we try to educate the public. We are appealing if some media houses will be giving us free airtime, we will always avail ourselves and then educate the public more than maybe the twice or that we are talking about. Yeah.
So is in terms of resources, okay, the resources aspect, would you say the Ghana National Fire Service is well equipped in terms of all the equipment you need in combating road accidents and management and all that?
We are in Africa, and I will say that everything cannot be that well when we are comparing ourselves to the international world. We are members of the World Rescue Organization, and we know the standards that the World Rescue Organization places. We are nowhere near those standards. But then, when it comes to Ghana, we will say that we are just second to South Africa when it comes to Africa. So we are better. We are better. It is not every station that have equipment. But then those that are accident prone, the stations that are closer to the accident prone areas, all of them have rescue equipment. So that is where we've got into.
Aside the cutting of vehicles in terms of a very rare accident scene or something, what is the role the National Fire Service plays exactly aside from the cutting in terms in the scene of an accident? What role do you guys play exactly aside cutting? And
it is not all in all accident situations that we do cutting. It's not all situations. There are so many things. If someone is trapped by the leg in between two pedals, we don't cut anything. We have a technique that will free the leg and then we will be going. But we also do treatment of the casualties. When the place is hazardous or is not well accessible, the fireman will go through those rubbles, go there and start treatment of the casualty. Extricate the casualty out of the vehicle before handing over to the ambulance service to transport.
Wow.
But it is not only cutting and then spreading and crushing that we do. We go beyond those ones. And the treatment of the casualty and handling of the casualty is our number one priority.
What are some of the tips you would give us to road users from the National Fire Service perspective?
Very good. In fact, how would you feel if after saving somebody out of an accident vehicle, then you hear that as a result of what you did, the person is sitting in the wheelchair or even dead? How will you feel? And most of the time, we don't know what to do. So in the event of we helping, rather we cause more harm than good. In the first place, in all accident situations, we suspect spinal injury. That's the first thing.
What is spinal injury?
At the spine, when we are talking about the spine, it is some vertebra, bones that are seated on each other, and that runs through the middle part of the vertebra of a human being. And in that thing is a cord, which is like a ripe banana. Any fracture or dislocation that will be pressing the spine will let that person either paralyzed or be in a wheelchair or even dead. So at any event that there is a collision, we suspect that one. And the first 7 spine, that is called the C-spine, the cervical spine, is the one that, let me use a simple thing to describe it, is the one that is in the neck area. And that is what controls most of the internal organs. So if that place is having any problem, then automatically either your heart will fail or something will fail inside you, and what is happening? Then it means you are going to die. And we protect all those things. And the majority of the public don't know what kills most of the accident victims. What of somebody whose airway is blocked? Do the public know they can consider the person to be dead? And then rather pack them plenty into one vehicle, and that will result in death. First and foremost thing that the public can do is to call the fire service. Then if you want to offer help, if somebody is having a spinal injury, the slightest shake up to 1 millimeter is enough to cause the person to be in a wheelchair or dead. So you need to stabilize the vehicle, pack things under the vehicle so that the vehicle will not move anywhere. Even the suspension under the vehicle, the shock absorbers, will not even shake the vehicle. That's the first point. Now there should be somebody who will support the C-spine, the neck of the person, so that the head will not be shaking anywhere. That is the next step. Then from there, if the airway is blocked, at least you need to do what we call jaw thrusts. In accident situation, we don't do head tilt and those kind of things. So these things, if the public know how to do it, then they can carry on. Now, if you want to bring the person out of the vehicle, something to support the back of the person. You don't just hang the person by carrying the person by hand and then legs, and then you think you are helping the person. You're rather killing the person. So you slide the person or move the person onto that flat surface before you carry the person into an vehicle, and then you can transport the person. But let's take note that the ambulance play an important role, because there are certain equipment in the ambulance that will be supporting the person along the way to the hospital. So if you put the person in a taxi, a private car, what help is the person getting in there? That's why we are to call these emergency services to be present there. Now, one thing that I forgot to start with is the safety. Most accidents are on the road, so the person who will be trying to help should take first note to either get someone to halt the vehicles that are coming or warn them, and then make sure the place is safe before attempting anything. Other than that, your own life is also at risk. So these are the few things that I would like to start with.
And so, here you talked about people, the general public getting to know these first aid treatments. In your education, okay, where you go to radio stations and all that, how accessible is this education to people, especially, let's say, drivers, on the fact that if they see their friends or their colleague drivers involved in an accident, they can assist in this first aid treatment? And how accessible is it for drivers? Because the target audience must be a lot of drivers on the road.
Thank you very much. The various unions, whenever it is time for the road safety campaigns, we've been partnering the MPTD at certain stations to also chip in what they can do when there is accident. And getting them one-on-one, as for that one, the education goes down well, because they'll be asking questions, we'll be explaining points to them. But when you're on set, in most cases, we don't get people to listen. By now, public debates like in politics are on telenovelas, channels. So you don't get much people to listen to some of these techniques and other education things that we talk about. But the drivers at the various unions and their stations, when they have any event and then we get there, we normally educate them and they appreciate it a lot.
So now let's go to your final words. What final words do you have as in tips and all those things for the general public?
Thank you very much. Now, we know that the public will always like to help when it comes to life saving. Now, we are appealing to them, first and foremost, to call the emergency services. Then, the next thing will be they making sure the place is safe by either getting some people to stop vehicles that are applying that route. Then, the next thing will be they stabilizing the vehicle. Then the next thing will be stabilizing the C-spine of the person and checking the airway of the person. And then if they want to extricate the person, they should make sure that they get a flat surface board to put the person on to support the back of the person. But ideally, they should wait for the experts to come to provide professional help. That is what I will tell the public.
All right. So you've been watching the Ghana Road Safety Campaign here with at the Ghana National Fire Service. We are here with Assistant Divisional Officer Grade 1, Ezra Mengel, who has been helping us to understand the role of the Ghana National Fire Service in road management, road safety management in terms of accidents. Here, he said, always call the National Fire Service in terms of accidents. Wherever you find yourself and there's an accident, always try and call the National Fire Service, the police, or the ambulance service. All these come together, the three of them come together to save life. Do the right thing and save life. My name is Amos Eko Kofi, reporting for GhanaWeb TV.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
It's our last episode of People and Places with focus on the people of Ikuapem and their history. We've learned a lot so far, but let's see what this last segment has for us. Our guest is still Nana Ado Kwata, the Asafo Kuntihini of the Ikuapems. Nana, let's talk about chieftaincy. Who is qualified to be a chief?
Okay. Among the royal family members, called elders, and the Bushapene, if it is on a matrilineal line, then the women folk, they have a leader whom we termed as a Brewetia.
Okay.
Then we have the elders or the women elders whom we call Miampayinfu.
Okay.
So the Abiwetia together with Miampayinfu sits. They sit down to select one of their children or the royals whom they think is fit for the stool.
Okay.
Based on certain qualities and clarifications. For example, that person, if by reducing it to a level, if he's an uncle, a nephew, or grandson, or that in that order, or his matrilineal mother is the oldest among the sisters, they pick from that area. In short, there is a family tree to trace and find the one suitable for the stool.
Okay. But how did this system come to place? Who decided that it's the Abriwatia and the Miam Penyinfu who should decide who the king or the chief should be?
Okay. In every royal house, in order not for confusion to ensue, you know, they sat down during the olden times and came out with a plan that this is how things must be done so that peace and tranquility will prevail in all the houses.
Okay. Now we know the role of the Abriwatia.
Yes, sure.
Does the Ikuapem system have queen mothers?
Yes.
And if they do, who are they and what is their role?
The queen mother. The queen mother is in charge of all the women folks in the township.
Okay.
But in Ikuapem, the queen mother doesn't have that authority to nominate somebody from a ruling house.
Who is the Queen Mother?
The reason being, all our schools, houses are on rotational basis.
Okay.
We are not on one line. We are on rotational basis. For example, I gave mine as an example. I'm from Buaf. My respected uncle, the Kuruntin of Ekwapim, the senior divisional chief, he is from Achiman.
Okay.
Now the Queen Mother is from Achiman. So this Queen Mother don't know us in Buaf. He don't know us. So he cannot come into Buaf and select somebody to be a chief. If you ask her, who is my grandmother, he doesn't know. See what I'm saying? But the Abriwetia from my house knows everybody in the house. And he knows the right person to be on the throne. So the Abriwetia has the capacity to nominate somebody from the house.
So the Abriwetia is more powerful than the Queen Mother?
No. The Queen Mother is powerful than the Abriwetia. But when it comes to instrument, selection of candidate, Abriwetia has his role. He is to elect that person, nominate that person to the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother is an elector.
Okay.
Is an elector. In this world, we can never get a nominee and elector at the same time. You can nowhere can somebody be a nominee and elector at the same time. That is despotic. You can't do that anywhere, the whole world. So somebody has to nominate, and you go and do verification if the person qualifies to be on the throne, and that is the election.
Okay. So the Abriwetia will nominate for the Queen Mother.
Yes.
And the Queen Mother does her investigations.
I was nominated by my Abriwetia. She nominated me and gave me to my Ebusuapenyi. And my Ebusuapenyi took me to the Queen Mother and told the Queen Mother, the Kuruntinyama, that this is the candidate we prefer to be the Osafoyene of Kurunti Division. The Queen Mother will sit and say, okay, Osafoyene is a bad guy. Once upon a time, he was in prison from 1973 to 1989. He has been in prison more than, that sort of thing. He cannot be. Then you will call the Abriwetia again, your candidate is rejected. You have another 2 chances. So he is to bring another person again. But the Queen Mother cannot come into the Buafopenyi house and say that instead of me, he prefer my younger brother. No.
Because she doesn't know.
He doesn't know the people there.
The people in the house.
He doesn't know them. No. Okay. It's never done anywhere, and you shouldn't encourage it at all. Okay. That is my beef.
Okay. So you mentioned that the Abriwetia has 2 more nominations if the Queen Mother rejects one.
Yes.
After those 2 are also rejected, then what happens?
If the 2 are, definitely the 2 will not be rejected. Okay. Definitely one will get the nod to be installed. Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
But
if the 2 is rejected, then it must go to her house again. That means this house doesn't have any candidate.
But that doesn't happen. It hasn't happened.
Normally, that's never happened.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. But I want to know who the Queen Mother is and how she's selected.
The Queen Mother is also selected in the same line. The Abriwetia nominates one of the females.
In a particular house.
In a particular house.
Okay.
And offer him to the kingmakers for verification and scrutinize and everything, and she is accepted. Period. That is how we Ekwapims we know. We have this Abriwetia system. It has been there since time immemorial. The Ashantis are different from us when it comes to this line of chieftaincy. They are from one house. Only the people from the Osetutu dynasty are ruling. So they know them. But ours is Oforukuma came with his sisters. 3 sisters. See what I'm saying? And the 3 sisters are separate. The Amoja, the Nkatia, and the Sechiabia. And for 300 years. So how can you come from Amoja and detect that this person from Sechiabia is supposed to be a chief?
So those 3 sisters are the 3 stools?
Yes.
The 3 houses?
The 3 houses. The gates.
Okay.
Yes.
That the Okuapehini comes from?
That's it.
Okay. And the same for the Queen Mothers
too? For the Queen Mothers too.
Those 3 houses?
Yes, 3 houses. Okay. So currently the Queen Mother is at Nketia. When it's not there, that is not what we wish. But when it's not there today, it goes to Sechiabia. Because it's on rotational. It goes to Sechiabia. In the same vein, the Abriwetia will nominate somebody among the female royals to be on the throne. It's as simple as that. Very simple and straightforward.
Okay. So talking about
being royals, most times we are difficult. That is our lifestyle.
Okay. So then let's talk a little about what happened with the installation of this Okuapehini.
Yeah, sure.
What went wrong?
Something went wrong. Something went wrong. The only thing some of us saw is Queen Mother entered into that house and picked somebody. He's supposed to have allowed them to do their own selection.
And bring it to her.
Bring it to her. That's all. It could be A, it could be B, it could be C. Let them fight there for 1 year. Kill themselves. They will come out to one person at the end of the day. And we are ready to accept that person.
So it wasn't in her place to have
No.
done that?
Wrong. Wrong.
So what, after the whole thing, have things been cleared with the Abriwetia and the Queen Mother?
Yes, because at the end of the day, the court is the highest order. The court has ruled. That's what the court said.
But I mean, traditionally, is there peace between both camps?
The Queen Mother
and the Abriwetia? No, and the Abriwetia.
And the Abriwetia.
Yes.
There's supposed to be peace. I don't see anything wrong. And bet me, it could be so. But in about 3-4 months later, everything will be all right.
So what's this thing I hear about some people bringing rams and it's being refused and all of that?
My lady is taking me into a very massive, controversial issues. You heard of rams and whatever, snaps and whatever, you know. I think the authority is looking for peace.
Okay.
Peace must prevail in the Okuapehini. I don't see anything wrong. They didn't do anything wrong.
Okay.
But the misinterpretation of the whole issue brought these troubles and whatever we had.
Okay.
It's just unfortunate.
Okay.
Maybe the presentation wasn't done well, or maybe people misconstrued the idea of the whole thing, which I cannot say because I don't know much about that area.
Okay. All right.
But all what I know is the authority is trying to pacify for peace to prevail, which didn't work out.
Okay.
But I don't know much about who requested for what or who did what. So that one is above me.
All right. Let's get back to the issue of chieftaincy.
Yeah, sure.
How many chiefs have you had, the Ikuapims, and who has been your oldest so far?
The current one is the 24th. Yeah. And the oldest is Osiadio Nanado Dankwa.
How old was he? Okay.
Yes. He ruled for 41 years.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And at what age did he become chief?
At the age of 44.
Okay.
At the age of 44.
That was the oldest chief.
Some of them came
at a more older age. But he ruled the oldest.
Yes, he ruled for long.
Okay.
41 years, yes.
All right. Let's take a short break. We'll be back to learn more about chieftaincy and other issues.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face. It's not my brother. Today you are denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Welcome back. This is still People and Places, and before the break we were talking about chieftaincy and how the selection process is supposed to be. We continue the conversation. Nana, Oseadoyo Kwesi Akufo the second. Can you please tell us about him and his role as the Okuapehini, especially seeing that he's the youngest on the paramount seat so far? Yeah.
Okay. Oseadoyo Kwesi Akufo is a man of many parts. First of all, he schooled in Ghana, went to United States, graduated from one of the good universities, gained unemployment, and proceeded to do his master's. But then intervention came in. He has to come down for this great job. He has been around for the past 3 years because of this litigation and whatever that has delayed so many things. But eventually, he has got the Lord to be the Okuapehini. He is our overlord, and he oversees the whole of Okuapehini. All the Okuapehini states is under his care. And we all respect him and we give him that mandate to rule us. Oseadoyo Kwesi Akufo gained an employment even in Ghana during the litigation time with the UN as a youth ambassador. And there again, he played an extraordinary role there. I said that he's a man of many parts because with his youthful exuberance, he can enter into so many spheres, and we can see how about just 6 weeks on his ascension to the imperial throne, how people coming from all angles with business and with other things, I mean, trying to boost Okuapman or bring Okuapman to a standard. That is what all of us we are looking up to. A leader who can carry the mantle and go before. And I think he has all the qualities he deserves. we pray that he will continue like this for Akuapem to get to the top.
Okay, let's go back a little into history, or a little back in time. So we had Nana Kwesi Akufo, the first, who left over a period, came back, and was made Abebu. Okay. This current Okuapehene is Kwesi Akufo, the second. Is he not supposed to be the third?
Okay, that thing came up. Some of us, it was a bit controversial, but I think the mistake, or whatever they call it, was from the National House of Chiefs, that is supposed to be the third. But some of us still didn't like it, because the man who came first and came second was the same person. So we don't see the reason why this one coming as the third, because it has happened before. Nana Kwamfuri Okuapehene was distilled. First we had Kwamfuri the first. When he died, then Nana Kwesi Akufo came. Then we had Nana Kwamfuri the second, and he was distilled. He went and came back again as Kwamfuri the second.
Okay.
The books are there. So we don't see why they tackle it this way. But we'll still argue out and see what will happen. Because it has happened before. And the records are there.
Okay.
There are arguments. I think we are to work it out very well. Yeah.
But when Kwesi Ofori the first, Kwesi Akufo, the first left within the 10-year period, who was filling his seat?
Nano Furukuma came in.
Okay.
Nano Furukuma came in. When he was distilled, Nano Furukuma came in. And after Nano Furukuma, then he came back again in 1920.
What had happened to Nano Ofori?
Furukuma also was distilled.
Okay.
You see, during that period, distillment was very frequent. That's why we see Osiadioyo Adodankwa III as a peacemaker, a man who actually brought Okuapem to a level unprecedented. To me, he's one of the best chiefs ever. Osiadioyo Adodankwa III. Because Okuapem, you see, it's not an easy group. We are a heterogeneous society. We have the Guans, the Okiri, the Kamenes, the Eburi, the remnants of Akwemu, and the Akims. And when you sit in a traditional council with such a group, it's not easy. When you go to Achim, Ochinyin is having all of them as Achims. When you go to Asante is having all of them as Asantis. But here, it's not like that. It's not like that. So, our system here is a bit difficult. So, the student before was very frequent. And Osiadioyo managed to hold the fort.
He was even tempted twice.
Yes. Hold the fort for 41 years.
Wow.
Credit to that great man.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And I know there's someone called the Okra of the chief.
Yes.
Can you explain that for us?
He is the soul, the embodiment of the chief. That boy sitting in front of him carries the Oboman. And that is the spiritual of Ukwapman is holding it, is carrying it, and he sits in front of him. He is the embodiment of Ukwapman. Yes, he is the soul of Ukwapman.
So he's a very important
important personality, and he's being led by the leader of the Accra, who call it Accra. And he is in the traditional system, he is the wife of Ukwapin. He feeds Ukwapin.
Okay.
They eat together. The two of them put their hand in one bowl. Yes.
And how is the okra selected?
Okra is selected. We have special houses that produce
the same way.
The okra. Yeah.
Okay.
And they have a special thing they make into his neck. And in those days, if he goes into somebody's house and you offer him a food and it's not from the chief's parish, that necklace will tear apart. Yes. So always you meet him carrying the thing in his hand. That means he has entered the place and eating, you know, which is unlawful. And that signal that in Tree we say is unlawful. Somebody eating from people's house, we say, yeah. So that is one thing about.
Can someone refuse to be a chief or an okra or a queen mother?
Yeah, you can refuse. You can refuse. I mean, when the selection, they ask you to come and do it, you can tell them, no, maybe this is my background, I cannot be. Yeah. You know, nowadays, you can see people struggling for. So how do somebody refuse? People are struggling for it. So.
And the okra?
The okra.
Before you're born, can you be an okra? Since it's by houses.
It's by houses, and as I'm telling you, the okra, they are selected at a very young age.
At what age?
Between 6, 7, 8, thereabouts. So he doesn't know much.
Okay. Then let's go to major challenges of the Ethiopian people. What would you term as your major challenges?
That's one I gave you, that we are heterogeneous. We are different segments, you see. So that makes it very difficult, many a times. You know, we've been living together for over 300 years. We understand each other very well. There is that brotherhood between all of us. But at a certain point in time, there are disagreements. So that makes things very difficult at times. But we are living very peacefully. We've been coexisting for 300 years. It's not easy thing. But, you know, even twins, they do fight.
Yeah.
So the same thing applies to us.
Okay. Okay. And what can you, as people of Ethiopian, boast of in terms of resources, natural resources? For instance, the Asantes boast of gold. They say Otokoko Sonana and all of that. What resources do you boast of as Ethiopians?
All what I will tell you is, that's why the Ethiopians, we don't waste time in going to school, because that is our only weapon. Now we are being challenged because schooling is all over in Ghana. So now we cannot talk much of it anymore. But previous years, all teachers in Ghana were from Ekwapim. Every school in Ghana in about 20, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, are Ekwapims. Yes, but now it has turned because everybody is schooling now. We thank God for that.
How is it benefiting you?
Now we check the current. That's why somebody said Kufuor government is nepotism. Not that. At the time of going in for Chief Justice, my sister qualifies, Sophia qualifies to be a Chief Justice. So, when they were looking for IGP, our brother qualifies to be the IGP. So,
okay.
When they were looking for Chief Attorney General, again my sister Gloria, you know. So I don't see the nepotism people were saying here. But these are people with that qualification to that position. I don't know. I mean, there can be so many people around us, people were putting up, yes. But in line even, I think Sophia qualified at that time to be a Chief Justice. So, what else can we do?
How about cocoa?
We brought the cocoa here from Venedepo, but our lands were not fertile for it.
Okay.
So it traveled all the way from here to Sefi, to Brongahafo, to Ashanti region. And it is now effective crop in Ghana. But we don't have it here now. That's it. So we cannot talk much about it. Because when we pass through our areas here, we don't have it. But we are living on gravels. So how can you plant cocoa here? It's impossible.
Yeah.
So we planted in certain areas, and even we never, succeed. And our language, the Twi language, the first Bible, everything was in Twi, Ekwapim Twi. It was through there, they translated it into Ga, they translated it into Ewe, they translated it to Asante and Akim Twi. You see what I'm saying? Yes, sure. So that is our resources. We don't have gold. We don't have diamond. Even our language, the Ekwapim itself, is going down because the Ashantis are majority. Out of the population of about 30-something million, they alone can boast of about, if I'm not mistaken, about 12 million. And how can 1 million people stand face to face with 12 million people? They will, outclass you.
Yeah.
So, definitely, our Chi, the Pacha we say, is gone. Now we all saying the same. So, that is that. Our next neighbor, Jabin, speak Asante. Even the Achims, they are speaking Asante. So, where are we now? Yes.
Before we go though, let's talk about language. What's the language of the Ekwapim people?
Ekwapim Twi. But we have our native languages too. As I said, the Gwans, they speak the Gwan language. The Okere, they speak the Chiripon language. No, but our major language is the Twi, Ekwapim Twi. Yes. But they speak their native languages. But from Ekropong up to Eburi down to Sound, we speak Twi. But they, when they are various townships, they speak Latin or this thing. But they speak Twi. When you go there, it's Twi that they are speaking. School every day do Twi.
But you have Gwans.
We have Gwans.
Okay.
They have the Latin, the people from Latin and its surroundings.
Okay.
And the Okere, the Chiripons, they also speak their own language.
Thank you very, very much. It's been an extensive lecture and I've learned a lot. I'm pretty sure all our viewers have been educated about everything about the Ekwapims. We are so grateful for having us. Thank you so much. That would be all for today and this edition. We spent a day in the palace of the Kronti Asafohene, Nana Addo Kwata, and he's educated us a lot about the history of the Ekwapim people. Thank you for joining us. Till we meet in the next edition, my name is Wandami Hagan, and this is People and Places.
Hello and welcome to April. The 3 Music Awards has been said they spent a whopping 6 million Ghana cedis on production that saw about 1,000 people execute the task. Last week we were talking about our expectations. We're asking whether or not the expectations were met and what happens after here. Is it about time we took entertainment or arts and entertainment seriously considering the fact that it can employ a number of people that can also, fetch the country some taxes. Later on, we'll focus on a rather absurd incident that happened over the weekend. A musician intentionally leaked a video of him taking a blowjob from a lady. Well, Naneo and Vida are already laughing, but let's take a break. When we return, I'll introduce them properly. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantepa. Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Vida Edichumwa Boatin is Vida. Welcome.
Thank you.
Naneo Redu, aka Naneo 18, is with oneplayafrica.com. Sister Fia Danfo. Nana, welcome. Sister Fia Bleedy. Well, let's take the tidbits. What's happening in the world of showbiz? Amabroni is on standby with Nkomo.
Na wotwi bia me fa to me ho so ade nkomo e course wo showbiz industry nyina bebrem nanso na wotwi eye saa na wotwi nsem akoso no abro me so ensem uma entwa ye hu braces ya na embeto ankomo no so me kai pa se me ka che mebusu afo se mbese me go into acting mbese me be ye actress o ma mpene so but na wotwi nsem bia ye movie producer Ola Michael dia betudwa na mama ti ase ne nti a woka se wo mpene Ola Trema eye movie industry we obia na opese open road ya yemfa we chinka from beji road ya kosu de bia Ola Michael Trema eye mia na wo movie industry no dodro nara 70% of producers and one da ansa na wa ma wuru o se wo bo won todwe nti wo hu obi wa TV so na ye say we kwakoje ru na edwuma na wo nwa ne se producers wo de we chibe ka fam ansa na wa peru nti se wo ya wa adwen se wo be ba movie industry na e se wo cycle wa adwen ene na biga kwezi asem ne yampo de bia wo dwem ma won sa Ola na eka na wo twi bia jesen sem koso na manfo nkomo ayedusi mipo me shade hu be bia me mfenfi American rappers chese eye bad wo amu be kai na akatafo akasa boys no omumu ba ko bad ono ndo say I don't talk much, I just show action na what we action bia we show was Snapchat no wakeka bad ono ankasa to no boase show video bia obia bi manetire be bisa se tire na ye den onti ase be kire mama eye BJ blowjob ye nkasa nche hu bebri bad na chese onu ankasa ni pemu afa ni phone wa record ge bia wa boniti braids pink na sister se wo boti pink na wo twi de bia fa waso wo bia hwehwe girl no zo ni se tin wo pink braids akosanga se na wakase una na ma bad trim na ye bad release video na nkofo kaka so na se ya wo sha se nyina ye di wechi na wo dance aso ben ye di binum se fame na for front binum so mama no kwan 1 day 2 days bi atwema no behu se ope trend na Ghana ha de be so so behu ani se ye jaw na aka nko a nti bad o se san brebium na mfari hwio no asan so control what Twitter say I have sex when I want to distress and also ya kasabe mo sorry am didi organizers atem ye pa say Ghana Music Awards ni na ye one way so mo di mani ahu ne ye course me de atwem aye 3 Music Awards na me kan wasem just a Ghana funi now, more entertainment industry, be able organizers, yabaso, so why ya diankasa. One casa mu performance a course. More musen and watch shade shown. Ghana fuso, Namaya na soon in Yankasa. And I send Abasubano Koswa what 3 Music Awards in a year. Organizer of the show, Sadiq Abdullah Rabe Chema, a taking per 1,000 to pull off that show. To show na muhuna mo come from the Juma course Wankasa. Ne muna, Sadiq Rabe Chema said. Ska what is share awards in moon. 6 million Ghana cedis. Ska ne bi woman kasa 6 million Ghana cedis. Na say yes se convert 6 million Ghana cedis $dollars ma. $1 million and over. Coins kakra count. Ska ne bi na Victoria Hama. Na nko sanko nya ko be kwati politics. No. Na yede 3 music no mo de ye yo. Nti mo amuka se show no course ye no. Ska ko man kasa. Yes, Sadi, go say what bomb mode. Nipa beya na wayen. And na amanfo some amunim Ghana for a na be compare and contrast with chima we raise ban nti wan aka no monhwe na ye da mani monye mahyede. Mama yen to aswe. Eye xylophone music omo sign eye rapper obibini. Onu so na den sem bebre aba betudwa. Oche medro bi anka dem Ghana ha. Record label bi ani we betumi a compare won to xylophone music. Bibini trema. Ordinary to fem Ghana ha ya we. Record label bi ani wa betumi de ne ho a compare to xylophone music. Nti ono de obekọso atena honom onye ready say okwa sign to any label bia honom an obetena de aye na adwuma so wo Ghana ha de em say what say nkofo taka se ubua nipa aye je receipt eye DK comedian no den se bia betudwa o chema Jackie o start ya ye nyina na ye share u post ye promote but na say ya u je fame ni de ase o comment o post about you on reply no no dey on tiase because one na e shasi ye na ye promote nti busy ben ya na waye dike bi krampo chirema o followers chem ntumi nkan che ni se o e oversight hu ye bia waye busy e bi de we se share sa de na sekra na obe posti sansem na binu so akeka so dike bi aya akwa ye se obo ni page receipt wow supporting is very best obi ehu se o supporting no na ko bi se o woni dike bi ya adwen cause Jackie untimi baba ye se bia hu se dike bi e posti wa na se na wa comment wo se sa de dem fa mbakra wo na wo start ye na ye support you nti hu so bia cho bibia bo modern na reply but why be no reply to all list of people I am mama girl no pressure sa se sia na obai mama ye so no so kakra na mo ye sa Fancy Van Dam and Odin Sembia Betudra o chema Ghana fumunya reshim by 2022 obeje Grammys ama Ghana na se wenje Grammy by 2022 ene enum no wejai ombo nyombiem papi ko dwa asema o kanene na eye interview papi koyi na wobisa ni so papi akwaye se wunyum profane wo mu ase enyansa se de nim se na papi ko dwa se hifa onno Fancy Van Dam rapper beng na Ghana ha so betumi de no ha toto no e ba lyrics a nsema nyansa wo mu o se mo amunkotie ni aboni wan wayi no ma wa hye da hye ma se da mo beka se no nyum sense bi ni o se mo amu ye kasa asem ni na ono mo nya adwen cause ono de obo no homode ni nyum bi o de betudwe bia you draws ni ade ni na nyansa wo papi ko dwa na ese no wo se na wo twin komo ya hye ma mo didi so na mo ma ye ntu aso e se Ghana ha se ye ba krom ha se kwakoye se e yo mo amobo eyi wiase no mu asa mo atra be careful se wo behwe ne kakra ne na piercing kakra ochina dreadlocks kakra ochina say ni say nenum na ye Kwame Eugene reigning VGM artist of the year odi achirema ono pass obe piercing anaso be tattoo die ontumi nyo na Kwame Eugene say eye ne maame ore mpene mane nkoye tattoo no piercing ochema ye ne maame ene ya obetumi abaka se sa ye ni hairstyle na waye na nkofo se na dende mo na musi o se sa hairstyle na woni tisu ene ya na betumi aka che ni so nkoyi onye bi nka na obeya ni so obekọ na akwakosan so ochema ne maame nti tattoo ni piercing ne efa nkosi no no don't mean akanfo bu baby say wodi wo ma woni jaw wa watida na backing vocalist Ghana ha say ye kan wa wo ye pioneers na ama wa ye dwuma e be say 40 years and over ochirema omo awbo awon aye artist on wa ye dwuma ide okọ no ka so o person won collaborate for project bia wo decline offer wo say want me ni na wa man excuse o kwabra fa yin kosu gbo hu na akwakogu na ma kira wa akwakogu aye Ghanaian artist fu bebre so an kamo ma ye nya enum ba ko na mfa ye mfa ma Ghana fu no mfo ntwa won ase bede bi okwa na stories na kwabra gbo hu an se wo de afa ni ase nkosi hwe na ma yin so woni nkopo bra ye dwuma Lord Kenya obrafo asoma yes I make kan de be che man asa nti ko asem na ebisan sa da na mo ye na amasa na what in the same relationship and now worry bimu na only pan manipulate you and no de wo for her emotional abuse torture and adena sorry film na value who kakra cause and na nsem na obeti na obi akwakokum obi and na obeti anwa aboro bi and ekosi hifa nti mo fa eyibubi entum ho so kakra wo hwe na enkoya sorry keke na sorry ko Julius se mo hwe na ntwa mo sorry na monko nti ayama bro ni me so ma sorry akọ Abrantepa so mo na tuaso.
Thank you, Ama Broni, for the tidbits and komo. And some need you be. Let me begin with Nana. Nana, the any adeko?
Yes, 70% of Ghanaian movie producers sleep with ladies before giving them roles. Ola Michael.
Yeah.
I don't know how. I don't know what his motive was when he was making such a comment. And I don't know if he thought about the end result of what he said, because we are in an industry where already that perception is so high, to the extent that some people stand on that angle and don't want to help young people, especially women with talent. Because so Chinebi so be who say many by now, na me tine care more. Of a phone after branch pass oh see na na yourself with you by that. Because the perception out there is that 70% of the people in the art in the movie industry sleep with ladies. Well, is a producer. Is he part of the 70%? Or he's not part? Or we be or we because we know his movies. In the moment or you understand? I feel that when we in the art industry make such comments, it goes to undermine all our hard work. You understand? Because for instance, somebody might see this comment or might watch this show and hear that, and we see a certain Jackie appear or an Nadia Buhari and conclude that all her hard work is nothing because somebody probably had his way with her.
Is it not possible that she is part of the minority, the 30%?
Yeah, but you cannot tell people what the 30% are. You can't tell people what to think.
Are we not to let the people know the reality? That
yes,
if indeed this is what happens?
I heard such open comments in our industry. You see, you should say that me Ola Michael, me asimasi yejuma me no, me vare me no, me we then obi tia, because you see, yeah industry no is such that they kind of quite chile, but no quite chile in papa no. Especially in our side. Obi ti what to mo, of what free the fee ko baby. Or TSO 70% of a member no regular guest no more a moving mate me see was here that can be on one team. When the team ko baby a na bia we friend say oh me baby be so ya acting. I say that be acting then yet. I say member no omo we man no. Or say when you radio so who TV. What am I saying? If you are pinpointing, say okay, producer A, meaning say one asimesiada. Only asimesiada. Say the one more makano. We can leave them out of the conversation. Right now you are undermining a lot of hard work from these ladies.
What if it was said to let those in the industry know, say, this is a bad practice which we need to put a stop to because it is undermining our craft, and people who would actually want to be in the entertainment industry but will not want to give themselves away to the producers, you know, they are venturing into other stuff.
I have monitored how the Legon incident, the BBC coverage of the sexual thing came about. After the whole expose, I followed it a bit to see what happened to the said lecturers who did that. My age close to like 17 years. I'm yet to see somebody come out and pinpoint, say, Nana Yao, ne asimesi yejmo, ono me die. Every day that is what is being said. Every day that is what is being. It's like a speculation that we are trying to force it to become a norm. You get what I'm trying to say? So we have a pass with say when I met him by the bar. I should assume that Abantepa and Mao no married more bloggers from or maybe half of them there worry because when we are more opportunity. Do you see the like how you devalue the hard work of the women that we have in our industry? I hate such comments with my heart. It disgusts me because see, I know how women work hard in our industry. Already the industry said we've been male dominated. Oba born home when they can cry and I say Bema can want to shiny. Are you kidding me?
Shiny.
Are you telling me say Mama no money your boy? You know how brilliant some of the women in our industry are? Me, I do sales for talent, I manage talent, I listen to how some of them share ideas on what they want to do. And man, especially, is very beautiful. Even this morning, I had a conversation with one lady from Xylophone. She's a video vixen, and I was listening to the ideas that the girl was sharing. Are you saying that if that girl should achieve that idea until say Bema didn't in one can and son a bit more achieve beside Nana? You don't have to do that thing. Not just the immediate crop of young, successful women in our arts industry. Let's go back. Are you saying that from Mami Dokuno, Grace Norte, all these great female actors that we've seen, their time? I mean, come on, if it was wrong, somebody would just come out and say, oh, say, like it would have come out a long time. What am I saying? Women don't need men to be successful in our industry. We should stop making them feel like they need a man to touch them. They need a man. No. Me, I don't sign up for that nonsense. You understand?
Wanda.
Rantipa.
I mean,
I also touch on the topic that I have selected. I mean, let's not get it wrong. It's okay if you find your partner on a movie set. Nobody stops you from doing that. But then when you make it a condition that until you go naked before I can give you a job, it makes it look as if the talent and the creative work alone is not enough to push you forward. And well, the ladies also give in most of the time because of the pressure of becoming a star. And who checks who? I mean, at the end of the day, the producer has the ultimate power and the lady has to, succumb to it. So when you go, it's as a result of that, when these ladies go for interviews, they're always asked, because we know that a CD costs about 5 CDs on the streets. So if you should sell even 1 million copies, of which not all the money comes to you, how were you able to, push through? So most of these celebrities are forced to kind of show the world their side job. Some people would love to keep it secret, but because of these questions, they have to show that maybe I sell sachet water on the side, or I'm into real estate and all that. I mean, it's not helpful. And I think they have a producers association. Is it 5
There's 5-pack.
Yeah, 5-pack should call. I mean, no matter how bad you feel, no matter how bad you feel, it is. That's the only
there's 5-pack. There's
that,
Actors Guild.
Yeah, they should call Ola to. It's better than nothing, really, but they should call Ola to order. Now, Kwame Eugene say on tattoo on wear earring. Monkan channel say puawa na esi na pampa mu ntwitwa.
O say o ma me puawa.
Mommy, I'm appealing to you. Obanu puawa na odi esi na pampa mu for scissors na ntwitwa.
Aden.
De bia abon nchire na ntwitwa pampa mu. Unya ready so be rasta pitin uti na etwa oza ayede.
Enye ofa na.
Enfata no na I mean or the post be beto ho say mon hwe ni hairstyles na star obi ntwusi ma no. Kona ko hwem hwe se nipa san ne cars won fasa ade ne ntwia na pampe ma na. Ye nyina ye nim say eye artificial. Ebi mo start ne nkitinkiti san no ma be ye rasta no. Ye ma kwekwasan salon na ye gi ye ho gina ne etrebo. Ebe gusua emu futro uso adwuma wo ye fifire adwuma. Uhwihwi si ha uhwihwi si ha. De bia ne tiri kusu sa aden.
Oba wo room.
Yesi ma enwuma na ndino. Chale ma me fa scissors. Mr. Odin who aba wasan be bosu bi. Twitwane enkoye baby. Na no enka chorus no.
So let's take a break.
Asema nkamin pasa jumba. Asa ba da kan da. See.
Enye tin enye pe kasa ka. De bia kusu. Bada from joy.
Bada. So I'm reading. So only ninti o.
Me ninti de bi hu na make.
So only ninti. And every artist has an image that they want to keep. And when he did the hair, you can see that anytime he comes into the public eye and on social media, that's the kind of hair that people recognize him. And so maybe he feels like every time I have to make an appearance somewhere, I need to go back
to that.
But I know Chere say what the real, what am I saying? Or the same hair? No. And what he said was, no, people shouldn't be surprised if one morning we wake up and he has changed the hairstyle because the mother can just come and cut it off. And because of the mother, it's not only piercing, it's not only tattoos. Because of the
okay.
I feel that we should allow artists to be themselves. Listen, Obiani, what they go through. Kwame Eugene is at his age, whatever he's doing, we have to allow him to be his age. If we force him, like he makes certain comments, he takes certain actions, and people feel like Kwame, what's our yes, Kwame?
Yeah, shine so yeah, you consuming music and image, no, I one way to do.
But say, how many? Let's say, even if it's one way, we know.
Check it now. Then you post.
We know artists who have had one hairstyle for a very long time.
But Stone Boy, for instance, to me, twisting. Oh yeah, where the need is in a bump.
Right from the time that is all.
To be a fade, no say ne dey e wo fon kakra ha no so timi to ebi wa na Kelsey kakra my baby appealing to the eyes.
I think Vada is being on
your producer can put the hairstyle on. Gusu say say if I like that day. No,
ebi no nye the style no say like that.
Send ma me pair. Me send ma me bi ohunu from me angler so me huno say na me pair. Me can say mo munye rasta. You can do, I mean, there are lots of people on munye a lot of hairstyles but pim na si ho say no him. Adai.
No, it's not fair to Kwame because
it's not fair saying
it's not Stone.
Under 1 minute in here.
Kwame is not Stone. If Stone Boy decides to
trim his hair
and do the whatever, that is Stone. Kwame, that is the hairstyle he wants to keep. We can't sit here and say that he doesn't keep his hair, what am I saying, clean. We can't sit here and say that. And the hair has nothing to do with the music. What am I saying? Because there are artists who it took them over 10 years to reveal their faces.
The hair is not part of the music, but headline is the same. The headline is talking about piercings and hairstyle.
Yes.
Yeah, but I am discussing verses.
No, but
I am discussing book. Yes, hair, tattoo. And see, that's what I'm talking about.
But you went up.
We didn't come to analyze his music. He said, analyzing. You said tattoo in hair, and that's what we are commenting on. It took us say it doesn't affect the music. I see if sending you at the one and me discrediting you because of the hair. No, today's topic is tattoos and his hair.
Nana, conclude under 1 minute.
I feel that the boy was making a statement to let you know how he reverenced his mom by saying that I can't do tattoos, I can't pierce because of how I respect my mother. What am I saying? And if you have an issue with the hair, like he said himself, don't be surprised that one morning you will see me and I don't have the hair because my mother can just come and cut it.
Okay.
What am I saying? Like on keeping ye and patano. No. Obiani the way of person.
Obiani it is.
Yes,
so we don't have.
On that note, we take a break. Any background accommodate. When we return, we'll delve into the 3 music awards. Were your expectations met? Moving on from here, what do we do to ensure that the arts moves to a higher pedestal? It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My guests are still with me. Naneo 18 is with OnePlayAfrica.com. Vida Dichumuabuatin, it's a columnist. Now, the 3 music awards came off over the weekend, and Kidi was crowned the Artist of the Year. Group of the Year went to Dead People, and then Breakthrough Act of the Year went to Mr. Drew, with Stone Boy taking the Album of the Year, which was a technical award. Kidi also won the EP of the year with his Blue EP. And you was on the fine part, come. Now, we'll do the winners later. I mean, we'll touch on it, but I just want us to, take comments from my guests, how they saw the show, the assessment of the show. Let me begin with Academy member.
Ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Vida!
Vida, you went to the concert.
I don't know who. I wish Seka share with you so that I can tell you the Efie version and the venue version.
You were the
yes, I was
backstage and I said
backstage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chief protocol.
That night, I think there were 2 other awards going on. Entertainment Achievers. The Golden Age. So, Nakroma is busy. Everybody, you wouldn't know where to watch. People shuffle because most of the performers here were also on the other platforms as well. But looking at internet-wise, virtual, how people receive the comments, Twitter, I think it was trending throughout the whole night, and kudos to Omomushen who were reacting also. In all, no, I think it was excellent. I mean, yeah, a 3 music executed show, no, yeah, and I'm not surprised to hear Sadiq say over 1,000 people. I think it's even more. Over 1,000 people worked on the project, from the academy, from the board, from the reps in the regions, the technical people, those who put up the sets, the performance, even down to the catering. I mean, it was quite a lot of people. And the intriguing me most, was the performances. I mean, it will be hard to choose which of them are a top in night, the medical one, the Osibisa tribute, the Jackie, the which one again?
The gospel people.
The gospel people. This Hamilton. I mean, Charlie, the flex.
The acoustic performance.
It wasn't easy. I mean, I've heard people say, were they performances or music videos? I mean, if you say that now, I mean, because it's a virtual show. Most of it, you prepare and sana your money back stage.
Yeah.
And I don't think music videos, but artists, no voice over ABI recording now while you're not throughout the performance. It doesn't work like that. I mean, the logistics on Puti 3 was over the top, and for me, I really enjoyed myself.
Okay. Yeah. Nana, I saw you present an award.
Sir?
Yeah.
My goodness. You saw me present an award?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I saw by the chief protocol officer.
Yeah.
People, please sit here, don't go.
Okay.
But I think, sir, 3 music awards, me, Nanaya, as I said, I wasn't over surprised because I said here before that some of us in a certain circle, the kind of conversations we have when we meet ourselves, the kind of thoughts, leadership combos we have, and the things we want to do, or the things we have done in our catalog, when we bring into the forefront, it will change a lot in the industry, and that is what Ghanaians saw. So for the majority who don't know the team or the guys, we call them the newest boy band in town. They are the ones that are shouting, and I'm happy that they are shouting. This is what I see from the event. It tells every young person in our country that it's possible to change the narrative if you want to. It gives us hope that the future is brighter than we thought it was, and if we put our minds to it, we will be able to do more. Our industry can grow when young people with ideas and young people with knowledge, not just ideas, but the knowledge to achieve it, are given the opportunity. And that's what you saw. You understand? Let me do an example. I said this to my team in the office that when people watch the BETs and then the Grammys, the comment that are passed is similar to what you saw from the 3 music commentary that happened on social media when it was happening. Why? Because the section of us that appreciate that kind of hard work, unfortunately, we are the less in the bigger picture. They're also. You understand? Yeah. So if we make the noise more, those who are the late adopters, those who take time to adjust or change their ways, will feel the heat and they will also change. If you watch the BET virtual concert last year, the 2021, you can tell that there's a certain thinking that went through the 3 music awards to try and push us to all think like that. Yeah. Because that is where we all have to go. You understand? And if you really watch the Grammys, that happened earlier on in the year, this March, where Burna Boy won the award for the best global album. It's similar. The performances, the lighting, the stage, you understand? Even the award presentations, what you have to go and say, the production for television, the production for the events grounds were all considered so that there's a proper blend. So I feel that for me, I wasn't too much surprised. I was happy that one of us has been able to do what has to be done so that we can all tilt towards that side. I'm praying that in the near future, this level can be maintained, and then corporate sponsorship and support will come in, and when they come in, they will allow them to still have their creative room. Because when the CEO was talking about the awards, you see all the sponsors he was mentioning, he couldn't affirm anyone as a major
sponsor.
Yes. It tells you that they were doing it from their hearts and from their own pockets. Now, corporate bodies will see that beauty and come on board and want to place corporatism on their awards and reduce the level of creativity. That's my saying. If that happens, we might not be able to get what we saw at the 2021 Three Music Awards. But for me, I think they did well, performances-wise. Let me speak about the performances. It's not a music video. I've seen people's comments, like, it's not a music video. Let me do some medication. When you watch a music video, like, let's take a song by Jackie. Go and listen to the song that Jackie released, the Forever song, and play the performance that was done.
It's different.
You know why?
Yeah,
because every song was rearranged
for the show.
Production. There was a music director, an engineer who rearranged from the medical song like also to even some of the chords and keys were different. A typical example is Nani Champon's performance. All those who know the song Nani Champon performed cannot tell us that it's the same song you know out there. So it is not a music video
at all.
And even the gospel artists even showed us that their performances were recorded. What I say, their recorded performances, no. You get me?
Yeah.
Then I met in performance, if a Grace, Kobe, you could feel like the
live instruments.
Yes, you could feel. Everybody was even at the point people were even hyping one drama in the dancehall block. The drama who played.
The drama they may feeling
exactly. So if it wasn't a performance, how are you praising a drama? If it was do you praise a director for music video? Come on, it's performance. It's not feeling hit, you know what I say? Feeling energy. So it's new in our system. I remember I said the evening before the show, we had a sit down with Abu on One Play Africa for a channel in SA, and then he made a comment, and then I was like, yo, we have to project this side. We as Ghanaians, right? We don't want to accept anything new that comes to our table easily. Why am I saying that? Even the stage that he did, did you see the stage?
Yes.
If it tells you the number of people,
it was a very nice stage.
Yeah, but people were coming at him because
they wanted to see the usual stage that way.
To Obino, it is not now being true. What you said, everything you be saying. Into why you know it's too. I said I was showman to the extent that I was able to back onto his level. And I say this, right, even the artists, I want to praise all the artists. Because for them to even understand that we have to rearrange your songs. Because I know some artists in the competition that in the beginning were a bit,
and they submitted it in time also for the performance. And after the recording, they were all reviewed to know, say, this is what the performance should look like, and you my opinion. And they produced it. So, and Didosi was also making a comment that is a music video.
No, it's not a music video.
And he doesn't understand why you see a medical in front of a store, and the next moment he enters a bus. So they didn't show us the transition.
The transition.
So because of that, it's a music video.
Let's
Especially the pregnant woman. About 9 months later,
So I think that we have to do some education here. Listen, in every well-produced event, you will not hear a sound the same way you know it. Please. I did the same thing for Miss Bell at 10 concerts, and people came for me. All the songs Miss Bell performed, we rearranged it. We even infused artists. I think Double did a song with Miss Bell, we brought Miss B, we brought Edem, and people were like, oh, you know, and just send your radio song. And then events na baba. And they bought the same So when I had, I did not jump on parties are commenting. What's my saying? It's unfortunate.
Also, he's already passed that comment with you, and he passed it again on the music.
Okay.
And then they saw right.
So away from that, Nania made a comment about sponsorship, saying there wasn't any title sponsor, and when sponsors come in, that's when they begin to limit creativity and all of that. Of course, we all want the best for the scheme. We want sponsors to come on board. How can organizers ensure that the creativity is not missing when sponsors come on board?
I mean, if you know someone like Sadiq, there's no way that he will compromise on quality, creative work just because you want to put money in. He's done this the 4th time, and for all the 4 times that you saw the performances and the actual show, it was without any major sponsor, and he was able to pull it through. So you being a sponsor coming on board, I'm sure by now you would know the kind of creative thinking that these people have, and you wouldn't even dare or attempt to suppress it. Yes. So basically, it will be hard for me. I feel it will be hard for Sadiq to compromise on anything just because we need money to push it. I mean, he's done it for you to see, so he's capable. Just leave the money with him and see what he produces for you. If it comes out to be something that you do not like and you want to pull out, you are at liberty to do so. But to come in and to, you know, gag them to go a certain way, for Sadiq and his guys, I'm sure it'll be very tough for any sponsor to do so.
Nana, let me take your submission on that.
See, I foresee a change in thinking in the future, not now, for 3 Music Awards in terms of the events delivery. I foresee a better event at a less cost. I say this with an example. Last year, when they did their virtual, remember, they made a lot of mistakes on television. This year, did you watch the show from home? Could you count the mistakes?
A few.
Thank you.
The playbacks were
so,
not working.
The more they now mistakes, now solve it. Now we get more flexible and more cheap, of course, but better. If a corporate sponsor comes on board, I don't foresee the corporate sponsors even being the ones limiting the creativity. I foresee a challenge between talents and 3 Music organizers, 3 Music Awards organizers in the future, because here is the case where now talent understands that there's no sponsor on it. Talent believes in the dream and it's supporting. Like Vida said, they made their records available on time and they were even there. Some of them even waited till the next day till the shoot was done. If a sponsor comes on board, you can't look at the same talent with the same message again. I foresee that competition going up. Not because they are selfish, but because they also sacrifice for the scheme. And there has to be a reverse to support them. I don't think a sponsor, Abu said it's 6 million. I don't think 6 million is bigger than any company in Ghana. They can give us $1 billion. They can give us $2 billion. But I think that we'll have a huge challenge from technical supply, talent, production in whole, and even TV partnership. Because this trip, a lot of stations came on board because of relationship. Once the title sponsor comes on board, everybody where they move old van will tell you, say,
take something
small for the old van, something small for this, something small for that. So that's why I see the challenge come in more. What's the saying? I don't know the relationship they have with all the technical suppliers who hold them down at the 3 Music Awards. But whatever it is, when the sponsor comes, which I know in the next few weeks, but myself, somebody hit me up for them. And so I decided that I'll push the business to them. What am I saying? So let's see what happens when the major sponsor comes on board. In terms of the delivery of the event, a boy band who wants to make a statement will break their back, even if the drummer has to roll the stick 10 times to get the crowd shouting. So I don't see anything less than what they have done. But I see the challenge in the areas where they have come.
Okay, we'll talk about the awards, those who won, but we are not concentrating or we are not focusing on all the categories. Let's just pick some 1 or 2, be that it went well for you, and then back to me say, hey, this one they swam. But let's do this in 2 minutes each.
Okay. Yeah. I think the album of the year was a deserving one. I mean, Stoneboy and Moga Junction, you can't go wrong with that. EP of the year, well, you keep the EP in it as for a day. Breakthrough Act of the Year, Charlie, that category was tight. It was the artist of the year for me. I said, it was like the biggest on the night because he had Jackie, he had Yaltog, Mr. Drew, all of them, La Rue, so all the guys were just great. And Mr. Drew, you know, I dribbled one more camera and he took it. What I heard people talk about most was the group of the year. And they felt that Keche did quite well in the year and the review compared to to dead people. They feel that people just release one song or time and then everybody goes gaga. I mean, I saw Keche backstage, and when dead people walked on, I mean, they also because the people were rooting for them to get the group of the year. But as you know, it has to do with the board, the academy, and the public also having the bigger share of the decision to take via voting. So, I mean, but we haven't heard much about, you know, an uprising that we on social media saying you've given awards to, and for once, I think we have an award schema. If you say we need some cardman on arena, you won't tell them papa. No, I'm just saying. But said you did a trend just a few people on but they said be issue. I'm a radio. You discuss your fair way. I just chat to a bar. Maybe
Nana. Okay. So, I can say, I was the who deserve to win water. Let me say this before I make my submission. People had reservations, especially in mine, the one I presented, the rapper of the year. People had a lot of reservations on it. The reason why it's not loud is because the event, the show they watched, the level
show
of, yes, yes.
Who
so
won
the
what?
level of, for instance, the way I would probably have to critique the music awards. When you critique it, you are seen as, oh, Charlie, you need to see what they produce. Why you critique them? So it comes across like, okay, the events they do they have done something that Ghanaians have been probably seeing outside Ghana for a minute. So it's like, social media was there. Even Eno was trending because of that whole issue.
Yeah.
The Kecha one was there. Even the one for Adina, the why, it was there. But because of the nature of how the event went, like said, okay, we didn't say events unlike maybe if a Ghana Music Awards does the event, and maybe it starts late and there's H here, it was his live production. To me, that's a when he can't find a port no more.
Yeah.
Let me speak on the thing. I think people misunderstand, or people don't understand, or people don't know the calendar year for 3 music awards, so they often make a mistake. Now, dead people, at the time they were dead people in the country, Kete had not released a song. Let's be sincere. If you calculate the number of months dead people ruled until the other drill songs started taking shape in the country, you will know that these young guys have also worked and also deserved the award. What am I saying? They didn't win Song of the Year. They won Group of the Year, which means that they were visible as more than one member team. They were 2, and they had a huge song. The time Keche had their hit was 2020. They were from 2019. We brought them from where they were to do an interview when the song came out. You see, we have to understand that songs have seasons in this country.
Yeah.
And you might next year I foresee a big fight between Yelkom and Ekoso. Do you know why? Because at the time Ekoso was a big problem in the country, Yelkom was not.
Yelkom, yeah.
But as I was never no be the recent song na big no be
yeah.
Let me also speak on the Adina thing. I asked somebody, are you saying that the Adina song that won the reggae song of the year does not deserve it because she is an Afro pop or highlife artist, or you are saying the song was not big? People have an issue with Adina one because Adina is not a reggae dancehall act. Because if you look at it carefully, the chart that Adina was topping in the country with the Y song, and against the one they are fighting for, Kili Kili by La Russo, Adina topped. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Kili Kili was big, that's why he won the reggae dancehall act of the year. But in terms of the song,
Adina's was bigger.
And every category has a different definition. The act is different from the song. So people have to understand that Charlie, reasons were actually. Then the Enu fight comes in, where medical after the award presentation, I think I saw a certain disappointment on his face, and I could relate because 2020 Oboeduma, my referee said, I didn't certificate 2019. But 2020. Obisu Boeduma before I also bear them. Over boy juma.
Yeah.
And he say, yeah, trimu party and buy no woman or boy juma passing rappers in.
Okay.
That's not to say that the other rappers didn't do well under the year. We are saying that Nipa or boy juma among you or was eno. And people were dragging her to the man because they feel she doesn't deserve it. I'm like, Ghanaians are very hypocrite. This same lady was the one that people were praising that Sister Fiamma, Eno actually is your best rapper, and Eno is best rapper, and no man can test Eno, and no man can do this, and Eno is fire. And even to the extent that on YouTube, people were saying, even BJ McCrown, the best rapper of the year, I feel you're their man. And so I won't say no.
Okay. Uncle Break. Congrats to Eno Baroni and all the winners. Those who did not win, better luck next time. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. When we return, we'll talk about J-Bad and his BJ video.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Well, say issue here. I mean, so we saw J-Bad trending. For those who may not know who J-Bad is one of the rappers from the Kumerica movement. He featured on Yao Talk's Sorry, and he also has his song Condemn. Yeah, that song has over 1 million views on YouTube. So he was trending on Twitter for a reason, and the reason is that he released a video, a 9 seconds video of himself receiving a blowjob from an unidentified girl or a female adult, let me put it that way. And we're trending serious. But you know the interesting thing, he seemed not to have any regrets. So after releasing it on his Snapchat and people were talking about it, he comes back to Twitter and says, well, he does that when he wants to distress. Percent stress and also a call from 90 say, we feel okay. So I was asking myself, say, is this just for the trends or what? Like, what will make someone release a video of himself taking a, you know, Shababa away, Oba Branty Poki. Vaya, the course of my dream, being a course of my dream one. Me, I seem not to understand why.
I also don't understand why, and the timing is even wrong for me. I haven't watched the video. I mean, I cannot endure 9 seconds, you know, of watching somebody's face go up and down, and because picture na get me when crowds me say, no funny man. So, J-Bad, I don't know why would you want to do this at this time? There's only one reason that comes to mind. Say a D Asaka boys, no, and say a dorsal man, as in boys in a dorsal. He wants to be singled out. And saying single out for what? Not for a creative piece. I hope some far when Koshe music video then quite say when the shade you be damn password is a music video na wam na zane. I don't want to see that. I think small man can try and say you'll be a fan phone or hacking into an account or could release such a thing. I mean, it is disgraceful. Obi our basoka crappy and for air budget so. I don't know, maybe Menina and I are that famous
Yenya 1 million views. Yenya sike. Yet said the etia. Ebia na Abrante pa skaba bottoms this year. I have a raw atadi, we don't know. But then no ye treacher must say and no wow and found konkusi baby. We've seen other big acts allegedly. I mean, I don't want to mention some names. The black na say I need about 500 sushi or the engine is papa pe no nyom no cry or to no to be aboa or the any business what's my say and enkofo so can say na visuals and na wo sa video na leak na emu ode among for share the fan inspiration yake but wo die any when me any pink hair
1 or 2 million
me who correlation me who be fa but let's be serious and tell him say J-Bad you shot yourself in the foot. These 9 seconds can unmake your career. Me who any serious brand they be attaching to you. Now your bold Dina, the first thing that's going to come into people's minds. So they see a single out no. Any brand no more condemn no. A brand now or baby to train a brief TV so no Instagram ni anything Twitter na your body. I mean it doesn't speak well of you. And it's not as if say be a unye good about a creative space now. About you no cry or pay sexual explicit and you maybe he can say way and for facade and play on words. Who you that lumba for example. They will be see a card the but or be franning to man now or the words be for far. I mean who tie crana ufa be free. It doesn't come straight to you bare in the face like these youngsters no omuye no. I just pray say he has a better explanation and even if he has no our Ghanaians going to listen. Share why say brabo. Na me yeda na se na warrior a revive career na kakra eno kra ibusu twan nwom no you understand it is here no I just pray say obetinya ka bibia beto Ghana for a team and I'm also hoping say police for my friends said he frustrated wiser or court up and down. I'm waiting for him to be also a friend is saying invited or koba ni etwi nanim na it's a jail bi bebem kwa no ba ko dem kakra ba so person uji udin rapper, American rapper, Koda Jill, and so you didn't me and fan Kahuma, nay, preco. I mean, nobody should toe that line. Americans now more banner. And even youngsters, and I'm very happy say y'all talk actually one free group name. I'm very happy say I feel you buy it be am because baby our number on this Tomzy I am more corner. He doesn't need these things a betri. So J-Bad, don't be too excited and tell us say who did distress it. When it can make who carry na craving or hate saying.
One.
No need people.
Plus, sorry, no.
And only album. And on show be because Corona or no. Is the same what? Charlie, why?
Nana, is the industry so tough to the extent that your sense of reasoning, no? And yet you might say like anything for the trends.
Around here, I quite born in them or say on them. When we pull up on them, we take carry on them. Now I'm not crazy about I mean, come on, let's be serious here. When we pull up on them, we better take carry on them. No, I'm not
vibration kaka.
When you say that is one thing I don't like about the Kumerica thing. That krr sound krr. It sends a wrong signal.
And it's unfortunate. No,
all my krr about your machine. The sad part of this whole incident is Yabadua's daughter, who she has suffered to pay school fees to go to school, and thinks that she's now a growing woman, and therefore she can make a decision, and decides to put her family's reputation to this big magnitude of disrepute, and then to go and get her fame. That is not calculated. That can go away tomorrow. A certain BG. Oh, the foolishness of that small girl. It will haunt her when she becomes somebody, and I know she becomes somebody big in future. And it will chase her, it will follow her, and she will regret she never.
I hear her face didn't show.
Oh, their face is out.
But
her face is out.
Her face is there forget.
Where's his CID? Where's his CID?
Come on, say oh. Baby, I bet they give up on
What's on anything?
On the same.
The same.
I'm saying I've gone out of
Yeah, I've seen it.
To a boy who is on the street, who is known as a street boy, never thought of becoming a big artist or breaking through, was trying different talents, and all of a sudden, poof, it happened to him. Fame not for foreign Derby, that's who he is.
And for foreign?
No, that's who he is. Let me tell you something. When somebody shows you their character, whether they are famous or not, that's who they are. When you see a star slap somebody in public, that's who they are. And my family can say, oh no, when you're fame now, and family can fame. Because people have had the same fame. She mentioned your talk. The same fame from the same song. Exactly. So that's who the boy is. Probably he's been doing it on all these times are not only popular.
Now look at I won't cut you. Look at the timing of release. Just when you talk,
yes,
we need hip hop song. What's I say? And this any breakthrough act like I saw back fronting a whole hip hop song. I'm paying for your money content and he wins it. Then you decide to release this for what?
To also tap into the trends and also destroy whatever.
I was asking whether I say he ain't that to the point. Say SOD is the trending.
It's that one the Macadam, because your family name Macassa.
Imagine Chrome has stars, he will be a distress to social media. And I think I hope I'm for you distress.
Because the way the way you have the way you pa.
And I also, what's the favorite for Frono?
No, that's who the boy is. Listen, watch the sorry video. You will see he paints a certain picture of a typical boy on the street. As a man, I'm a ding, as a man, I'm a guy, I'm a gangster, I'm a tisso. So I'm not surprised when I saw the video. What am I saying? And I said, Kenneth. And I say, hey, I didn't know me say, but this is me to me, it's okay, it's normal. Because you see, there's a video that he has done, a song he did for Virgin Abloh, for sending them kids fashion stuff like sneakers and dresses to wear. Watch the video. The song is called Go Get. You could see a certain admiration of the fact that, hey, then I show them say I could do them, I do them. See, if just give me something, he's fine. He's okay. See, the lane he's working on, he's fine. For the next 10 years, he can use this condemned song, the sorry song, to get, if you have a baby, I know the way in that area, who is superstar, Obetima Remano was side, even a crack, about a crack, who are video like a go here. I bet you Mario. He's fine, it's okay. If he doesn't get a certain height, not by that, I'm saying, by the boo power. A man, if your man album. Hey,
me bisa.
What was that?
Say, be or 5 albums, be a trend. Yeah.
What am I saying? I feel that he didn't do it because he wants to trend or because he wants to some people say he wanted to tap into the trends of Yato. It could be, but I feel that that's who the boy is. And he's showing us who he is. And if we have been able to accept Shatawale when he showed us a video of him and allegedly him and some other guy taking the same taking the same
Etrebisun near green them.
Bars.
Where are we for there?
If we're able to accept that, and today Shatta is who Shatta is, I'm not surprised if tomorrow J-Bad becomes J-Bad. Because the system picks up things like that. The system, instead of the system casting it out, a certain innocent black people who had talent, who was doing everything possible to get our attention, and we didn't mind him until he did that Rama video, and then the system, instead of helping the boy, we pushed the boy into a certain hole. It took only grace for him to get up and do
even the tag is still on him.
Yeah.
They say once you mention
Lord Paper.
Because Lord looks like a very decent, innocent boy. See how we did to him. A certain Shatawale's own, a certain alleged BJ from Shatawale looks okay. This boy's own, you won't do anything to him. And your small girl, no, watching a bit of a boy be out, no, said you won't pen of What's in the baby or one and a medical doctor 7 years?
Yeah, who money?
I'm on the masters. Now or again, and now will be send it to it. And maybe the girl will give the bad head 2021. Maybe that the body married. You met somebody up.
Yeah.
What am I saying? It is not new. I pray that the girl, me, I've saved the video because I want that foolishness to stop. So I've saved it. It's in my iCloud.
Okay.
Need me hacking. Oh yeah, say boom, I'll release it. And almost a sound. They become so substance, so powerful that they want to close all their dockets. No, only me now, friend. Me this can. But
police betting at you circulating.
Keeping it on your phone.
Those videos.
Let me tell you a funny story. When Raquel's issue came, I was Raquel's publicist. Do you know that?
Yeah.
Do you know what somebody told me in Spinters? A certain guy who had paid. I had paid him to say that, listen, can you give me a bar? And I said, you won't keep a video. I paid the small boy. Catch him and say, oh, me tell you, it's kind of overdue. But no, pen drive too. My back come back home free.
It was this kind of day.
So my driver said, I didn't need my identity. So I must kind of do. Pen drive need to back home free. Back home Monday.
Wow, shit.
It's not right for us to keep the video, but we have to use someone as a scapegoat to educate the rest. A lot of young girls are doing well. They are forcing, they are pushing themselves. They are trying to get to a certain position, a certain space in this life that we are in. When we get small girl when on one drain or no of funny feeling, no. Not ever come will be until maybe all boy my father should be just a boy, you must say.
Young Raquel has only a mystery. So, yeah, you and I'm open drive back with the few. And so, what is kind of anyway, Nana 18 is with oneplayafrica.com. By the Nichuma Boatin is a columnist. By this Instagram handle, Vivid
003.
003. Was it be over KBR?
Three music awards. By the Vivid 003.
And the brother said, I
was just saying, man, check.
Where is it? And your conspiracy.
Oh, what's the handle?
Vivid 003.
Are you about number 3 music awards?
No, I set this account up years and years ago.
You are very loyal to 3 music awards.
And she deserves cash.
Yes, from Sadiq.
This one day I second.
Yes, but when you take the cash, my number is 024.
And there's one that in Lutrot because I Lutrot no area or say my number I take responsibility for my comments.
Yeah.
Take this number. Nana, Instagram you who way?
I want them they all One Play Africa.
Okay.
One Play ONE Play Africa. Right.
All right. Thank you for watching this episode of Bloggers Forum. We'll come your way some other time with yet another exciting and insightful edition. We're still celebrating our 22nd anniversary, like I've been saying. It's a year long, lots of activities. Topmost among them, we have the road safety campaign. We want to reduce the rate of accidents on our roads. And so if you see anything that poses a threat to lives and property on our road, just film it, send it to us. On Instagram, on Twitter, tag us is at the GhanaWeb, at the GhanaWeb. Watch out for the GhanaWeb Reporter, which is an app for Android and iOS devices. You can send us your contents for publication, and when you can submit your content for publication, and when it reaches a threshold, we pay you for that. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantepa. Thank you for watching Bloggers Forum.
Na wotwi bia me fa to me ho so ade nkomo e course wo showbiz industry nyina bebrem nanso na wotwi eye saa na wotwi nsem akoso no abro me so ensem mo man try ho brass sia na embeto ankomo no so Me kai pa se me catch me busu afo se mpese me go into acting, mpese me be actress. O ma mpene so, but na watching nsem bi eye movie producer Ola Michael de abetu na mama ti ase ne nti a waka se won mpene. Ola Trema eye movie industry wo your bia na wo pese wo pe road ya. Yemfa we chinka from beji road ya kosu de bia. Ola Michael Trema eye mia na wo movie industry no dodro nara. 70% of producers and one da ansa na one ma won ai o se wo bo won todwe nti wo hu obi wa TV so na ye say we kwakoje ru na edwuma na wo wan se producers wo de we chi be ka fam ansa na wa peru nti se wo ya wa adwen se wo be ba movie industry na e say wo cycle wa adwen e na big akwes asem ne yampo de bia wo dwem ma won sa ola na eka na wo twi bia jesen sem koso na manfo nkomo aye dusi mi po mi shade hu be bia mi mfenfi American rappers. She say J Bad, one mo be kai na akatafo. Akasa boys no. Omu ba ko J Bad. Onu ndo say I don't talk much, I just show action. Na what we action be a we show was Snapchat no work ka. J Bad onu ankasa to no boase. Show video bi a obi bi ma na 3. Be bi say 3 na ye den. Onti asi be kire mama. BJ blow job yen kasa nche hu bebri J Bad na che say onu ankasa ni pemu afa ni phone wa record ge bia wa boniti braids pink na sister say wo boti pink na wo twi de bia fa waso bi a hwehwe girl no do ni say tin wo pink braids akosanga say na waka say una na ma J Bad 3 na ye J Bad release video na nkofo kaka so oje na say ya wo sha say nyina ye di wechi na wo dance aso ben ye di binum se fame na for front binum so mama no kwan 1 day 2 days bi atwema no behu say ope trend na Ghana ha de be so behu ani say ye jaw na aka nko a nti J Bad o se san brebium na je mfari show no asan so control what Twitter say I have sex when I want to distress and also ya kasabe mo am sorry am didi organizers atem ye pa say Ghana Music Awards ni na ye one way so mo di mani ahu ne ye course me me de atwem aye 3 Music Awards na me kan wasem just a Ghana funi now, more entertainment industry, be able organizers, yabasu, so why ya dear Kasa. One Kasa who performance a course. More musen and watch shade shown. Ghana Fusil, Namaya Nasu, and Yankasa. And I send Abasubano Kosua, what 3 Music Awards in a year. Organizer of the show, Sadiq Abdullah, Rabechema, a taking per 1,000 to pull off that show. To show na muhuna mo come from a drama course to Ankasa. Neyimuna, Sadiq Ababechemu say. Ska what is share awards in the moon. 6 million Ghana cedis. Ska ne bi woman kasa 6 million Ghana cedis. Na say yes, convert. 6 million Ghana cedis $dollars ma. $1 million and over. Coins kakra count. Ska ne bi na Victoria Hama. Na nko sanko nya ko be kote politics. No. Na yede 3 music no mo de ye yo. Nti mo amoka se show no course ye no. Ska ko man kasa. Yes, Sadi, go for what modern. Yanipa beya na wayen. And nana, a man for some munim, Ghana for a penny a bear compare and contrast, which remark, where Rezibano, into one can, Monshana, near the many moon yamashadi. My and trust way, xylophone music, almost signing, a rapper obibini, honestly, I didn't send the bria baby tuja. Or chame drew bianca dem, Ghana ha. Record label be a new bit to me. I compare on who to xylophone music. Bibini Trema. Or the need to film Ghana higher way. Record label be a new bet me dinner who compared to xylophone music. Into no dear. Or because what now on one year ready sell quack sign it to any label be a honoman or bet na dia in a dream. So Ghana had him so what to say on for Taka so one pay Jerry seats. DK be comedian, no didn't be a bit to George Chema. Jackie, who start here, ye nana ye share who post ye promote you. But now say, J family, I say, or commenting or posting about you are on reply no. I know the antiase because when na shall see na ye promote you. Nti busy bayana why DK be crap pochirema or followers chim. To me can't any so a oversight who ye be why busy. There be was and share sad and as a crowd. Now be posted and 7 and been so castle DKB. I have a boy page receipts. Wow, supporting it very best so being who sell supporting. Now be so one DKB a dream. Cause Jackie. Me baba yes who said DKB post one I say now I comment was sad in the fan background we now start here na na support you who so be a cho bibia but more Diana reply but why I didn't reply to all list of people I am mama girl no pressure sir see no by mama yen so no so kakra na mo yes sir Fancy Van Dam and Odin Sembia Betudra or Chema Ghana Munya Reshim by 2022 obeje Grammys ama Ghana na se wenje Grammy by 2022 a ene enwum no wejai onbo nwum biem papi kodwo asema o kanene na eye interview ya papi koyi na wobisa ni so papi akwaye se wunwum profane wo mu ase enhyanza se de nim se na papi kodwo se hefa onno Fanti Van Dam rapper beng na Ghana ha so betumi de no ha toto no e ba lyrics a nsema nyansa wo mu o se mo amunkotie ni aboni wan wayi nyoma wa hyeda ahyehya ma tada mo beka se nwum sense bi en o se mo amu ye kasa asem ni na ono mo nya adwen cause ono de obom ne homode ne nwum bi o de betu de bia you draws ne ade ni na nyansa wo papi kodwo na ese so wa uze na wotwi nkomo ya hyehya mamo didi so na mama ye ntu aso e se Ghana ha se ye ba krom ha se kwakoye se eyomo a wobo eyi wiase num asa won atra be careful se ubehwa ne kakra ne na piercing kakra ochina dreadlocks kakra ochina say ni say nenum na ye Kwame Eugene reigning VGM artist of the year odi achirima ono pass obe piercing anaso be tattoo die ontumi nyo na Kwame Eugene say eye ne maame ore mpene mane nkoye tattoo no piercing ochima ye ne maame ene ya obetumi abaka se sa ye ni hairstyle na waye na nkofo se na dende mo na musi o se sa hairstyle na woni tisu ene ya na betumi aka che ni so nkoyi onye bi nka na obeya ni so obekọ na akwakosan so ochima ne maame nti tattoo ni piercing ne efa nkosi no no de ontumi nye akanfo bu baby say wodi wo ma won leader wa watida na backing vocalist Ghana ha say ye kan wa wo ye pioneers na ama wa ye dwuma be say 40 years and over ochirema omo awbo awon aye artist on wa ye dwuma ide okọ no kaso o person won collaborate for project bia wo decline offer wo say want me ni na wo man excuse o kwabra fan kosu gbo hu ana akwakogu na ma kire wa kwakogu aye Ghana artist fu bebre so anka mama ye nya enum ba ko na mfa ye mfa ma Ghana fu no mfo ntwa won ase bede bi okwa na stories na kwabra gbo hu ane se wo de afa ni ase nkosi hwe na ma nso woni nkopo bra ye dwuma Lord Kenya obrafo asoma je say me kan de be che man asa nti asem na ebisan sa na mo ye na amasa na watching them some de bebre but mama yam born tofa na fa Juliet Ibrahim same way sorry so Juliet Trema Ghanaian actress Ghana from me na me am Kumasi mo value mo kakra adey o se mo set boundaries ma mo mo hwe na wo relationship na ware bi mu na onipa ne manipulate and no de wo fa ha emotional abuse torture na ade na sorry film na ko na value ho kakra cause na ansem na obeti na obi akwakokum obi na obeti awon aboro bi na ekosi yifa nti mo fa eyibubi entum ho so kakra wo hwe na enkoyi a sorry keke na ko sorry ko Juliet se mo hwe na ntwa mo sorry na mo nko nti ama bro ni me so ma sorry akọ me sorry akọ abantepa so mo na tuaso.
My name is Lieutenant Alexander Kweku Obin, Director in Charge Education, Research and Training at the Motor Traffic and Transport Department at the Police Headquarters. On the 22nd anniversary of GhanaWeb, and as stakeholders, we are proud to be associated with GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. And I hope all will also join, because road safety is a shared and collective responsibility. Thank you.
Football has seen so many footballers follow the steps of their fathers. From Tim Weah to Leroy Sané, you can name them all. Even here in Ghana, we have the Ayew brothers following the footsteps of their father, who is the legendary Abedi Pele. Today, we are at the Macdan Latown Park to speak to the former Ghana international son, who is Jacob Kingston. I guess you know his father by now. That's Lai Kingston. Well, my name is Joseph Adamafiu, and we are going for a break. When we return, we'll delve into the discussion. Welcome from the break. So my guest is Jacob Kingston. the son of former Ghana international Lai Kingston. Charlie, welcome.
Thanks, bro. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, how be things?
Good, Charlie. Everything cool from my side.
Yeah. So how many weeks have you been with Accra Great Olympics?
Oh, it's been like 2 months with them, and so far, like it's really good. I've been signed, and then I'm enjoying a couple of friendlies before the second leg of the season starts. So I'm hoping to get some games in the season.
So tell me, have you been registered in the squad for the Ghana Premier League?
Yeah, I've been registered.
Oh, okay. Kindly tell us something more about yourself. When you say Jacob Kingston, who are you?
Well, I'm just a simple guy trying to do my best at whatever I want to do. So yeah, that's me. I always give my 100% in everything I do. So yeah.
So what position do you play?
I'm a forward.
Okay. Why didn't you follow the footsteps of who was on the flanks, doing this thing on the wings?
Yeah, sometimes I play from, like as a forward, I can play from the right side, the left side, or through the middle, but then I prefer playing from the left side. I have a different style to my dad, so I don't try and follow everything he does, but then I take the advice he gives me.
Which kind of advice does he sometimes give you?
The thing he always says is always, whatever you're doing, always give you 100%. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it at all. So just give 100% and then do whatever you want to do.
When it comes to people who have mentored you or who you shape your football life across, which player comes to mind? Is he only your father, or do you have what?
No, not really, because growing up, I had my dad's friends around me as well. So I play football with Stephen Appiah, Muntari, the rest. So like along the line, I get from my dad, I pick from Stephen Appiah, I pick from, so it's a good thing. I have them in front of me.
Has he always been football growing up? Like,
since I was a kid, I've always wanted to play. Even when I was in Scotland, I was going to school, but then I was in the school football team, and then I also had the club team I played for. So it was sports activities throughout. I always wanted to play, you know.
So you never grew up in Ghana?
Yeah, I grew up a little like outside, and then I came to Ghana as well. So this is like the Ghana part, but then I also grew up outside.
How will you describe playing abroad and playing in Ghana?
Well, Ghana is really tough because, you know, everybody is out to make it. So, but then outside it's a bit more fluid, and like we have more opportunities and stuff. But then I would say it's also good to start in Ghana, because through Ghana, like I've also learned to be like strong and then to be hard.
How was it like playing for your father at Kingstep FC?
Oh, it's tough. It's tough. Like, you know, playing for your dad is difficult because he knows like you best, so he knows what you can do. So when you don't give 100%, he can see it, and then in that end, it turns like in his anger into you, because he always wants to see you succeed. Every father wants to see that son go up. So it's more difficult playing under my father.
What are some of the punishments sometimes he gives you, like when you sometimes miss an opportunity?
No hard punishment really, just I'm not talking to you. Like, you can go days without talking to me, and that's more difficult for me, because, you know, I always like want his love around me. I always want him around me. So him not talking to me, he knows that's punishment enough.
So we learned that you came to Great Olympics and you guys had trials before coming here. Do you think your father's influence brought you here, or it was through your hard work?
No, I would say it's basically just me, because I didn't come here with him. I told him that I wanted to come here by myself. I didn't want his influence. I want to play by merit, not by favor. I would rather, then that's it. I'm not good enough. But then I wouldn't want him to influence anyone to let me play.
But have you heard people talking such ill things about you because, like, your father is a footballer?
Well, you know, human beings talk. You can't take that away from them. That's their opinion. But the thing is that opinions don't matter. It's what I know and what they don't know. So that's me.
So we've seen other players go through the national ranks and stuff. Do you sometimes wish that you play at the Ukraines, maybe the Black Satellite and the Black Starlet, or maybe the Black Meteors?
Yeah, of course I did, but then I didn't get the opportunity to do so because I was in school and stuff, and then my dad also takes school serious, so he wanted me to like be ready before I tackle football, because he knows the football world best. He has played to the professional level, so he didn't want me to risk everything for football, and then in the end maybe I wouldn't get anything out of it. But like I said, now I'm here and I'm working hard to get what I want. So if it happens that I get to play for Black Stars, that's fine.
The league is not an easy task at all. Are you ready for it?
Yeah, it's not easy, but then yeah, I want to play, so definitely I'll fight for my position, and I'm here to stay, so I'm gonna try my best and then work hard at it.
Our defenders here very hard on you.
Yeah, like this is Ghana. Everyone is hard. Like everyone is hard. Even attackers are hard. So yeah, we're all hard.
All right, so we are going for a break. When we come back, we continue with the discussion here on Sports Check on GhanaWeb TV.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
All right, so we are still here on GhanaWeb TV. I'm here with Jacob Kingston. So Jacob, are you the only son of your father who plays football?
I have a little brother coming up, but he's in school right now, so I don't know about that yet. But then they're all good. They all play, but it's not serious.
Why didn't you join Accra House of Folk and Accra? But
my grandfather played for Olympics, and my dad as well, and my uncle Richard. So I think he is the best place for me.
We've seen players deciding to play outside. You said you spent some time in Scotland. Why didn't you decide to play for the Scottish national team and you came here to Ghana?
Well, I was quite young when I was there, and my dad, like, it was my mom. She didn't want to leave me behind because, you know, we're a family. Like, I'm very close to my family, so there's no leaving anyone behind. And I was quite young back then, so I'm sure now it will be a different story, but then I was quite young back then, so I didn't get a chance to.
Are you a lefty or righty?
I'm a right footer.
Well, what are your best chances on the pitch? Where do you like to play on the pitch?
I like to play from the left side, left side attacking. So I'll cutting and then whipping, yeah.
You see some of your father's traits and you do sometimes watch his clips and stuff?
Yeah, I watch him like all the time. Like even now when he plays, I'm always like surprised because he's that good. So yeah, like he's my role model. So I look up to him. Most of the things I know is because of him. Practice, practice, practice.
Where do you want to play your football up to? Like someone wants to play up to Champions League, World Cup, win the AFCON and stuff.
Obviously, I want to play to the highest level of football. That's why, like, everyone wants to get to the top. So I also want to get to the top. So it's good.
All right. So how long have you known Rodney Appiah?
Yeah, I've known him since we were kids. We've been playing together since we were kids, but I'm slightly older than him. So, but then I've known him since we were kids.
Yeah. Okay. So you guys have been playing.
Yeah, for some time now.
At Kingstep?
Yeah, at Kingstep FC. We've been together.
What division is your father's club?
Second division.
So we were playing the second division?
Yeah.
Was it tough?
Well, actually, we've not actually played a league game, but then, yeah, it's tough. But the Premiership is tougher, so, yeah.
Okay, tell me, where do you want to play your football up to and which club do you want to play for?
I want to play football to the highest level, and then I want to play for Arsenal FC, yeah. But my dream team is Real Madrid, so, but I want to play for Arsenal in England.
Win the Champions League or?
Champions League, everything, World Cup, everything.
Arsenal is really suffering. I don't remember the last time they won the league.
Yeah, but then I love Arsenal, so.
I see that. Before we go, kindly tell me, with the Premier League, you've seen Hearts of Oak and Asante Kotoko. Those are big matches, and Great Olympics managed to win all those games in the first leg. Are you ready for that battle?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm ready for that. We have a good coach with us, so, and he's helping me improve on my skills, always giving me confidence and stuff that I can play. So, yeah, we are a good side. A lot of young boys who have heart and want to play. So, obviously, football is not by name or anything. It's what happens on the field. So, we'll see.
You are not scared of Hearts of Oak?
No, I'm not scared of anything. Yeah.
Finally, before we go, how have your colleagues treated you in camp so far?
Yeah, it's good. Like I said, we are a family here. Everyone is like a family. Most of the boys, I already knew them before I came. So, yeah, the ones they already helped me come into the game, and then they give me confidence. So, yeah, it's good. I mean, it's a good transition.
Great Olympics wants to win the league. Is it something that is feasible? Can they achieve that target?
Yeah, as you can see on the table, we are second. So, yeah, anything is possible. Like I said, it's football. Anything can happen. You don't judge by the name of the team, but it's about how you play. So, we are playing good football now, and everyone can see. It can show on the table. So, it's good.
Are you going to maintain the afro? You're going to do your looks like your father?
Well, with me, I change my style all the time. So, today I can decide to cut everything off. So, it's
well, nice one, nice one.
Nice meeting you.
So my guest has been Jacob Kingston, who is the son of former Ghana international Lai Kingston. This is where we draw the curtains for today's edition of Sports Check. My name is Joseph Adamafiu. Thanks for watching.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
my advice to the motorists, pedestrians, drivers on our roads today is to be patient. Patience. Even the Bible says, let patience have its perfect work, that you may be complete and perfect, lacking nothing. If you have patience on our road, be patient enough to cross the road when you're about to cross. Be patient enough when you're driving and you get to the zebra crossing. Be patient enough when you're using the motorbike, when you get to the traffic light. Be patient. Be patient on the motorway. When we are patient like that, we'll get to our destination safely and we will lack no one. We will lack nothing. We will lack nothing. No soul will be lost, no life will be lost. Don't let someone's divine purpose come to an end. Don't let someone die prematurely because of your impatience. Please, let's renew our minds and be patient. My name is Yaosiki.
So this is me, a city boy from Accra, in Odotom, a village some few kilometers away from the famous Boti Falls, here in the eastern region, trying my hands on this production process of making gari. And the reason I'm doing this is because our attention was drawn to the story of a young lady called Dede Jennifer, a visually impaired student of the Ukuapiman Senior High School, who was captured on TikTok, famous social media platform, preparing this gari. And today we are here in her village to try and understand her story for a visually impaired person, and with the flair with which she exhibits the practice of gari preparation, to see how it is that she's able to do all these. It's a story we hear today on this edition of The Untold, right here on GhanaWeb TV, with me, Eche Atisu. We'll be back with more details.
Back to the years, I go wandering once again. Back to the seasons of my youth, I recall a box of rags that someone gave us, and how my mama put the rags to use. There were rags of many colors, and every piece was small, and I didn't have a coat, and it was the way down in the fall. Mama sewed the rags together, soon every piece we loved. She made my coat of many colors that I was so proud of.
Soothing, right? With her angelic voice, Dede sings a song in appreciation of her mother's struggles, just to give her a brighter future.
Because of many colors, I think it speaks specifically about you appreciating your mom. I appreciate her so much, the efforts and what we've been through together. I mean, some people give birth and they dump them. When you go to school for the blind, we have children that were brought to the school and they've never been attended to. Like, no parents will come and say, I have this child, I'm visiting him or her. But with my issue, even though we don't have that money, but she still tries, she still makes that effort. And I'm so proud of it, yeah.
Her mother began producing gari when Jennifer was at the school for the blind. She was losing her personal items often to thieves, and with no help coming from Dede's father, her mother had to engage in various menial jobs to cater for her needs and that of her sister.
Kan I la kwa kan 2 weeks pepe e no fe no go lang e bag. Ko bo bago ne kan.
Her items, including panties, were being stolen often, so I started a Gary business. I do everything myself, from harvesting to frying.
They no fe no go la. Ishabi nyama che you don abrochi. E ju inwe ke first ne inga gali no sin. Imi che ma atu abrefo mu. Imi che ma atu agole omasa. Imi che ma mule.
Her dad still insisted he was in school, even when we had another child. Because of the day, I have been working tirelessly.
Papa, do give 50 pesos baby. Say all the time about monoclap. You can't go school yard.
Knowing how her mother struggles to take care of her, Dede, despite her limitations, has gotten involved in the Gary business. From peeling the cassava to sifting and to frying it into Gary, Dede has mastered all the steps, needing a little to no help in doing all that now.
I can't just watch her doing all those stuff because sometimes after speaking with my dad, she'll be like, oh God, so what did I do? All other parents are very lucky and I'm here. She can't even help me. I remember her telling me that when she goes to the farm to bring the cassava, there'll be nobody to carry her and she's going to sit on the floor, carry the small that she can, and then use the knife to pick the other one from the floor and add it on her head. You know, it's been my job. I can't just sit there and be watching my mom do all those things alone because I know it makes her feel bad. Already, visually impairment makes her feel something, which it makes every other mother feel the same. But yeah, I just don't want her to be suffering alone. So Gary processing is quite a difficult task. Yeah, because we could be here around 4:30 a.m. to, let me just say 11:30 p.m. or 11 p.m. and all you could get is twice the span. Yeah, so sometimes it's difficult. It's not sometimes. Gary processing is difficult. I believe that there should be a higher marketing for that. Like you sit here for like 12 hours or stuff and yeah, the smoke itself is another thing. It can cause serious headache, eye pains and stuff.
Dede was born in a small village at Udotom in the Yellow Krobo municipality of the Eastern region some 19 years ago and has lived there all her life. Like many villages, Udotom is underdeveloped and surrounded by a lot of bushes which harbor some dangerous creatures, and this makes life difficult for the visually impaired like Dede.
I've been living here for 19 years and that is basically my root. Yeah, so I still have the picture in mind. I once said that I once had sight. So I know where to go, I know where to move around, and sometimes you also use the sound. Sometimes it depends on how you calculate things. My challenge here, like the last time, I think we saw a snake in our room. This place is, it's like, I don't know, it's more like a village. And so when you have to even, let me just say, move apart, you need somebody to check whether the road is clear for you or stuff. The other time, I just passed the place and they said, this is a snake. I was like, Jesus Christ, what's kind of, what is this? So living here, it's a bit challenging because you don't know what's ahead of you, what's in front of you. It's not like, let's just say that a town that you'll be free. No, it's not like that here, but it's all, there's nothing I can do about that. This is where I live.
Yes, you heard her right. She once had sight, but lost it all after an unsuccessful surgery.
I went into total darkness when I was like 8 years old after a surgery, after repeating another surgery in Kolebu Teaching Hospital. My life as a young child, it was okay. I can't really tell you if I was born with blindness or stuff. But the problem started from the 3rd day that I was born, when they all noticed that I was not having a clear sight, as every normal child should have had. I grew up knowing everything, like the colors, When we say blue, I know what blue is. When we say green, red, yellow, orange, the trees, the flowers, and the birds and stuff. When we say somebody is dark, this person is fair, I know how it looks like, and I still have the picture in mind.
Dede was born with the assistance of a traditional birth attendant, as her parents couldn't afford to pay hospital bills at the time. There were complications after her birth as the placenta failed to come out and her mother bled profusely. Her mother was rushed to the Koforidua Hospital for urgent care and fell into coma on the way to the hospital. She woke up after 2 days, and due to her situation, Dede didn't receive the needed attention as a newborn.
Lobere chane e pasu 2 days osio. Ma pe ka 4 days o. Ka mana ka yin ni ngocho. Ne ike nga nye bobo. E ba ka aka mi ma ba we no. De ma that time ne wa here we Dede ehengbe. Wa li no ko. Lobere wa ba pe ka 5 days.
After 4 days, I could walk with a stick. We didn't notice the problem with the baby's eye until I was breastfeeding her 5 days later. I realized her eyes looked so funny, so I called my sister-in-law to come and check, and she confirmed my fears, so we took her to Agogo, where we were referred to Koforidua. We were disappointed when we went because we were told they would examine her with machines, but instead, they only gave us medicine to apply to the eyes. The condition didn't change after applying the medicine for 2 weeks, so we went back to the hospital and they still gave us medicine. We were then advised to take her to Asante Achim Agogo, and they also gave us medicine. After a while, we gave up and started praying.
Kinu prayers no ikeneya kinu yo waya ne wanga ka si anti ko na check anti Mary ne nga clap yo no e order brefo no ko e order doctors ko metaba so manya ko jonya dom ko jonya.
A woman called Auntie Mary called me to bring her to Somanya, as some eye specialists had come there. We, however, found out that they were not specialists when we went. They advised that we go to Accra to see a specialist, but I broke down in tears because I couldn't afford that.
Auntie Mary promised to help them and asked them to return to Somanya, so she takes them to Accra. She took them to a hospital at Tema, but they were referred to the Emmanuel Eye Clinic, where Dede had her surgery.
The surgery was successful, but she cried till we got home, and we went back the following day. She had another surgery, but shortly after that, she lost her sight. Auntie Mary wanted to fly her abroad, but she was too young, and I couldn't speak English. That's why we enrolled her at the school for the blind.
School for the blind, you go to school. You know about money never hamiska. Why chobos can no fair no school. I be no fair no cosi. Waka the day school.
Dede was enrolled at the School for the Blind in 2008 and spent 11 years there.
I remember my first day in school, I couldn't understand any language like English or Tree, and a student was like, hey, sorry. So I was like, the person said, Sole. I was like, oh, Sole means I should pray, like Sole. I was in my Krobo language. So I was like, oh, okay, I'm praying. Then the letter came back and said, Sole. I was like, okay, my Sole, you said I should pray, and I'm praying. I said it in my local language. Then they had to get a should I call it, translator, somebody who can speak Tree, somebody who can bring anything that I say into Tree. And that's how I lived my life as a student. I was in BAS, as we call it, School for the Blind, for 11 years. And I still give them the accuracy because they give me the best training as every visually impaired child should have.
So how did she go from someone who couldn't speak or understand a word in English to speaking the language with so much flair now?
I was in P4. I didn't know how to do much then. Like, her name is Miss Ruby. So she came to the class and she was like, "Oh, sorry, why is Jennifer?" I was like, "Madam, here I am." And she caned me for no reason, just because I was talking and stuff. I was like, "Oh, okay." She was like, "Hey, I first see your bro." And I said, "Madam, this word that you've said will not go in vain. I'm going to prove you wrong. I'm going to do this." So that's where actually I started learning English. Initially from my P1 stage or something, I couldn't handle English very well. But ever since that day, yes, I think it was on the 5th of March, I encouraged myself that I would be able to make it. And I had to go back from KG to learn everything, not to repeat, but in my mind, and be disturbing teachers with stuff. And that was how I got to make it. So I think School for the Blind contributes a lot when it comes to that factor.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
The stigmatization and everything. Like, you hear comments from a family member like, I don't even wish to have you as a child. I prefer to remain barren. And all of a sudden, your friends that you grew up with, parents will be telling their children not to come closer to you because they feel you're going to infect them with blindness or stuff. But I managed to face it. I had to accept my challenge and move on. There is nothing I can do about it. Last year, I was coming from Accra to Koforija, and I sat in a car with one lady. And she was like, driver. It's in a friendly way now, but fun car. And I was so down. I felt so bad for something like that to come out. You know, when you sit in cars, people just don't want you to get closer to them, not because of anything, but because you are visually impaired, because you are a person with disability. I believe that the society should be more educated and some concepts of mind have to be changed. And that is what basically I want to do. Like, people see persons with disability as, I was once told here in this house that, like, we are kwala because adia yebeyama adia kobi already 19 so this will be your mom. People don't get that fact, you understand, and it's a bit challenging. It's one of the challenges for people with disability. But that's it. You can keep your head up and you also make it.
The denu oya de pa otimi boye ofi. Say ye galini say otimi posama ye otimi ye blessed otimi ji en kakra na ya humi.
Dede is very helpful. She assists us when we are making the gari, especially when she knows we are tired. She can sweep and cook. She is also very bright and has a very sweet voice. We love her despite her limitations.
She hopes to become an advocate who will help make life easier for people with disabilities as well as the vulnerable in society.
I'm doing all these things for my mom and then for myself, and to make sure that other children, other persons with disability also will have the best education and enjoy best in life. Not the person with disability only, but the vulnerable and the less privileged in our society. I really want to move beggars from the street. I can tell you for a fact that 20% of beggars on the street who claim to be blind and stuff, most especially those who say they are visually impaired, they are not visually impaired. It's like some tree and then they put it in water, then it changes color, then they pour it on their eyes when you see it. Most people do that because they don't have any job and stuff, or they feel like begging is just the option for them in life. But I really want to encourage people, boost their morale and change that concept of mind. I really want to give the opportunity to people who deserve people. I really want to encourage people that, look, you can do it, you can make it.
Dede has a sister and 5 other step-siblings, but has no relationship with her step-siblings as her father abandoned her, her mother, and her sister. She wishes her father will give her and her sister the same attention he gives to his other children.
Really? I don't even know where he is. Really, it sometimes makes me feel bad. You know, it makes me feel like it's not like he doesn't exist on this earth. He lives, but we don't have that daughter and father relationship where I can talk to my dad and we're gonna talk. Nah, it's not part of the deal. I don't think it's part of the deal in my life. So yeah, it makes me feel bad, sometimes emotionally depressed. Because when you go to school and with the kids, the only language that my mom can speak is the Kobo, and there'll be things like parent-teachers association meeting, like staff, and there'll be nobody to represent because she feels that even if she comes, it'll be useless. She wouldn't understand anything, she can't say anything, and she wouldn't be there. And I thought that if my dad, I just don't know how to explain this whole issue, but we don't have that relationship. And sometimes it makes me feel good. But I've accepted my challenge, and I wouldn't push myself to somebody that always makes me an option. You know, I have to move to where so if I feel that my mom takes care of me and stuff, yeah, I wouldn't like to include her story in my life. Not at all, because yeah, anytime my story is brought up, anytime he hears about me, anytime he speaks to me, he makes me feel like I'm not important, and then the other children are important than me. But yeah, that's life.
Dede is a Form 2 art student at Okwapeman SHS, one of a few senior high schools in the country that admits blind students. She says the environment is not very friendly for people with her condition.
This is a school where they do inclusive education that we have visually impaired here. The roads, the gutter, it's like the topography of the land itself is not friendly to the visually impaired at all. The structure of the school, how things, like, it's really, really disturbing. And most visually impaired, like, if I were to be with sight by now, I should have been in the university or something. Yeah, but yeah, I am in the second year. I know people who are much older than me, and I'm still in the same class with them. But the sighters do not see it that way, you know, and you get people like 15 years, 14 years, 13 years. Like, those are the kind of ages that are in secondary school for now, and they got to speak to you anyhow. Like, it's sometimes disturbing, but me, it's not part of my problem. It's not really my challenge now, because I know that you don't get everything that you're supposed to get from everyone. Like, and I have to respect myself, because if I don't bring my issues, you don't get that time. Some of them are respecting though. We have teachers who actually are not patient enough with visually impaired. Like me, I don't do CRS, and you have CRS students coming back to say, oh, today our madam didn't speak to us, the visually impaired at all. She didn't speak with us well. She sometimes insults us, and you have students switching to come to literature just because some teachers just don't speak to them or something. Yeah, but that's the nature of it. So sometimes you have to speak to the teacher and let the teacher understand, because there are some teachers that they were not with people with visually impairment, so they don't understand the reason why if we're giving 1 hour to every student to write a test, we have to give a visually impaired person another 30 minutes, because the braille is a bit complicated and you apply pressure too. So it's a bit difficult, but some of them, they don't really understand. So you have to go down and teach them and stuff. It's a bit challenging in school. The security with us as a visually impaired. In last year only, 5 laptops were stolen from students with visually impairment in Okwas. So the security around the braille library, we don't have anything like burger-proof, and it's very, very disturbing. Now I can't go to school with laptop. The reason why we moved to school with laptop is that you can't tell somebody's daughter, like, I have a book. Like literature students, we're using books like Second Class Citizen, A Midsummer Night Dream, and then like you can't tell somebody's daughter, like, read all these things for me. So you buy the book, you take it to the Braille Center, they scan it, and then you get your soft copy. So with that, you know, there's a software on the laptop called Job Access with Speech, JAWS. It reads everything for you. So you'll be a controller of your own world. You understand? And that's why we use laptop most. And then sometimes you type when the teacher is teaching and you feel, let me jot this and let me put this down. You don't have to get frame and style and things. And we're using those things because things visually impaired people used to learn, like the sheet, the frame, it's difficult. It's like if I were to be using pen, I'll just buy it for 1 CD, right? The stylus that we used to write is like 12 CDs. The frame alone is like 120 CDs. So it's expensive. So when you have the laptop, you move away from all those things. You just type. You understand? And that's why we use. But security is very, very poor at the Braille Library.
She urged the youth not to allow the opinions of others discourage them from pursuing their own dreams.
Yes, really, you don't have to let yourself down. Nobody will come from anywhere and discourage you. It will be yourself. I had that kind of discouragement when a person said, hey, you want to be a musician? Even those of us with sight, we don't even sit up. Oh. And you, I was like, oh, okay, let that time come. And when it comes and I can't make it, the time will go itself. So you have to be yourself. That's just one thing. You have to be yourself. You don't really have to listen to friends. As youth, you have to be secretive at times. It's not everything that you have to say. You have to be secretive to keep your life better. You understand? You don't just disclose things to friends. Yeah, you may have a bestie or a best friend, but yes. And as ladies, you have to work. You don't know how joyful it is when a man brings like 1,000 and you also, oh, like I can bring 1,000, I can bring 900. How joyful it is than like always be calling somebody, I need this, I need that, I need this, do me this, do me this. You have to try your level best. Because yeah, nobody is having it easy. So you have to try a level best not to be a reliability onto the society, irrespective of your status, irrespective of where you are coming from and the challenges that you are in now. You have to get up. You have to move. I mean, move. I like this Tatiana's song, like you. The song, it really says a lot of things, and you have to just be like that. Just be yourself. Just be real. Just don't really listen to people sometimes. You have to listen to people for advice. But it's not every time that you have to take what people say, because that can also bring you down.
She also urged parents with disabled children to give their children the opportunities to be great in future instead of keeping them away from society.
Bring out your children. Let them go to school. Please, please. Yes, please let them go to school. Like I have a friend called Benedicta Entry. When everybody goes to YouTube and the person types, "My situation cannot stop me," that she's with Chemical TV. She has a whole lot of songs. And Benet has been denied of good and quality education. It pains me so much. The first aim of me in this year, I really want to get her back to school. She lives in Asokore Mampong, Kumasi. Where she lives is not a problem. People come from Boligatanga to school in School for the Blind. And so I really want to get her back to school. Parents, please do not keep your children. To people with sight, yeah, you see your children, you see somebody with disability and you'll be like, this person was not created by God. I have a student who attended nursing training, and I mean, a day before her post, she became visually impaired. The person had to go back to SHS because she did science. She had to go back to SHS and do general art for her to do something like readable. So life, you don't know what is ahead of you in life. So you don't just treat people anyhow.
Dede wants to become a journalist one day because she enjoys her literature classes in school.
Literature. I think I love that subject so much. I love it so much. I enjoy it, and I think I want to speak good English and be a journalist and be fluent and speak well too. So I would love to write very good English and great stories. So I have to do with literature, and I think I enjoy it so much. It's not a challenging.
Dede also hopes to become a musician so she can become a source of inspiration to people through her music.
I really want to inspire people with my words that comes out of us. Sometimes a person goes into a situation and when he or she turns left, right, there's nothing. The only thing you have is music. So I really want to change people's life through music. I really want to speak to people through music. Want to empower somebody, move somebody's life. I really want to turn my mess into a message in the music.
Gari, or what we know more contemporarily as cassava flakes, is what has inspired today's story on The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. We spoke to Dede Jennifer, and we are glad that you joined us to hear her inspiring story as a visually impaired person, a student of the Okyopiman Senior High School in the Eastern region. And we hope that you join us again another time as we bring you inspiring stories as we do here on The Untold. Remember, there is more news on www.ghanaweb.com for your consumption. Until next time, stay safe and be good.
I was rich as I could be in my coat of many colors my mama made for me.
She is young, bold, beautiful, and talented. And today, she joins us to get personal. So if you want to know who our guest for today is, join me after this break. This is Talkatainment, and I am Elsie Lamar. Welcome back from that quick breather. Jackie is my guest for today.
My heart beats for you. Every time when I think of you, I don't know, I feel loved again. I don't want to wait for days. Let me have you in my arms again, please.
Oh, so when you go on social media, you scroll through your phone, you go to your explore page, and you see videos, TikTok videos of your songs. And how do you feel? Do you get fed up? Like, you like,
yeah, I mean, yeah, it's exciting sometimes, but sometimes too, I don't like hearing my own songs. I'm sure it happens with a lot of creatives. Like sometimes something you've created, you don't like seeing it by yourself. But I mean, it's a nice feeling that lots of people are hearing your sound.
Tell us about your Nigerian experience. How was it?
Yeah, okay, so I went to Nigeria, I think last week or a couple of days ago. I went to do media tour, and then I also shot the video for Forever, which is on YouTube. The remix with Omale, yeah, and I met up with some artists too. So it was basically about work. That was the main reason why I went to Nigeria.
But how was it? What were some of the fun moments?
Yeah, it was nice. It was interesting. I mean, that was my first time in Nigeria. I tried some of their food as well. And aside the stress, it was fun because it was the first time I went there. It was first time meeting the people in Nigeria, in their country. So aside the stress, I would say it was fun as well. Because the people are welcoming. They are welcoming.
They are welcoming, very welcoming. What type of food did you try in Nigeria?
I tried eba with egusi soup. Yes, and then I tried their suya too. It was really nice.
It was nice there. Okay. Of all the countries, why Nigeria? Why did you choose Nigeria for your tour?
I didn't choose Nigeria, and I didn't say that is where I'm starting and stopping. My music is charting in a lot of countries. But I think people are just focusing on Nigeria. It's doing well in so many countries. And so I started off with Nigeria. There are other countries that I would go to do media run as well. But school is coming in the way a little bit. And that is why after I went there, I came back. But Nigeria is not the first and last country that I'm going to go to. I started off from there.
So tell us, we've seen you with Mayokun, and we've seen you with Joe Boy. Hey,
and Tenny
yes. Too.
Fireboy, he was in Ghana. Oh, okay. But recently I met Mayokun and then Tenny.
Does it mean you are cooking something with them?
Yeah, we will cook something actually, so the fans should look forward to it.
I see. So moving on to your new deal.
Right.
Tell us how you landed it.
Okay, so in case maybe a viewer doesn't know, I have Flip the Music, my management, and myself, we have a deal with Sony Music Entertainment, RCA UK, Sony Music International, Sony Music Africa. And I mean, this is one of the biggest labels in the world. It's good news for myself and good news for Ghana. And so, yeah, literally, that's all I can tell you. That's all I can tell you now, because I'm a baby in the industry, in the label, actually. So there's not much I can say.
Is it a dream come true for you?
Oh, it is. I mean, I wouldn't say, it's part of some of the things I was working towards. I mean, from the beginning part of my career, like these are some of the things that I was gearing towards, and being able to catch a deal as big as this is good news for me. And I mean, it means my hard work is actually manifesting. Yeah.
Your recent post that your song is no good enough for, what did you say in your post?
Okay, my tweet?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, when I tweeted that the songs I make are for people that connect with me. Yes.
They're not for some specific people. What did you really mean by that?
Yeah, actually that tweet I made was actually from a positive angle, and literally what I was trying to say was I make the music for people that love my craft, or people that connect with my sound. You know, there are some people that probably don't listen to the kind of music I do, and I was trying to say that I make music for the people that connect with it from a positive angle. But it's quite unfortunate that people read a different meaning. Some people read a different meaning into it, and then it brought a lot of back and forth on Twitter. And I had to apologize to the people that didn't really like what I said.
But why did you apologize so quickly?
So the thing is, people were saying I shouldn't have, but I felt like there were too many people that misunderstood it. Now, I respect that, because that is people's opinions, right? The apology doesn't mean that whatever I do, everybody is going to like it. But there were just too many people that said they felt offended. And so I just had to apologize to the majority to calm down the whole brouhaha. I mean, Twitter was on flames. Everybody was just throwing stones at me left, right, front, center. And so I just wanted to calm down the brouhaha.
But doesn't mean that you are going to apologize for everything you do on social media?
This particular case is different. If you realize, this one is very, very, very different. I think the time I made the tweet, it was around the same time where people were talking about the remix, right? And so maybe it wasn't just the right time, but at the same time, like I said, majority of people misunderstood the tweet, and there was just a lot going on Twitter, and so I just had to apologize, my dear. I just had to.
So when people compare you to the likes of Ifia and Becca and the rest, what comes to mind?
Oh, necessary. We just have to focus on pushing Ghana music to the world. We have to focus on make Ghanaian sound or the African sound cross into the international market. And so when people compare me to other artists, especially my seniors, I'm not entirely comfortable with it.
So with all that has happened so far, has any of the A-list artists approached you for a feature?
Yeah, a couple of them. I mean, my music has just been in the system for 2 years now, and I haven't done a lot of collaborations. So the fans should know that a lot of collaborations will come up with their favorite artists and their A-list artists. And so collaborations, look forward to that with a lot of artists.
Do you see people as competition so far?
No. I'm not in competition with anybody at all. I am in my own pace, right? I'm in my own pace. I'm embarking on my own journey. And so that is just what it is. I'm not in competition with anyone. I don't want anyone to feel like I'm in competition with them as well.
What do you make of female participation in the entertainment industry so far?
Yeah, well, first of all, we are a few, and then it's quite sad. It's not entirely sad because definitely there's probably a lot of people who are also trying to work on themselves to start music. But what I would say is, if there's any female out there that wants to do music, I would actually motivate you to, because it's good. You really need to embark on it, because you could literally count the number of females in the industry as compared to the male. And then so if you are watching right now and you're female and you want to start doing music, don't let anybody discourage you. You need to embark on it.
But to those who have started and then they might not be as lucky as you have been, what would you tell them? Because people have been in, I don't want to mention names, but there are people that are like grandmothers, underground musician grandmothers and grandfathers. Let me put it.
Well, I think in life, everybody has a time. Everybody has a time where they would flourish. Maybe mine had to take this. What if I also started and I also felt that, hey, my music is not doing good? I didn't know this year was going to be a very good year for me. And so I feel like if there's somebody that isn't there yet, probably that person's time is going to be the coming year or the coming decade or something of that sort. So everybody has a time that they have to flourish. And when that time comes, it's going to happen.
Recently, there was a picture of you and D-Black on social
media,
on social media, and then someone came to write under the picture that D-Black should leave you alone. You are their star.
Really? Oh.
But then sign it. Almost better D-Black best sign it.
Oh.
You didn't see
I
it?
haven't seen that. I haven't seen that. People shouldn't do that. No. People shouldn't do that. No. People shouldn't do that. We were in the studio, we recorded a song.
But would you have accepted any of that? Maybe when he approaches you, that you want
I mean, when people bring deals to you, you look through what they have to offer and all that. And so if my manager and I, if they came forward, my manager and I felt it was good, why not? Yeah.
We see you are mostly around Bisakede, working in his studio.
Yeah. Bisakede and I, we have a nice vibe. I mean, the way he writes his music, his melodies, even his voice is quite similar to myself. And then we always click anytime we get into the studio. And so whenever he's free and I'm free, we always link up in the studio.
With your dad's contribution, do you feel pressured in any way?
No, not at all. My dad is actually a big fan of my music. And like I said earlier on, I'm actually doing my own thing. I'm on my own pace. And so daddy's work or his achievements do not give me pressure in anything that I do.
But what does he make of your achievements so far?
My dad's work actually motivates me to do more. You know, it actually pushes me to keep doing what I'm doing, because at the end of the day, you know, people that love his music also love my music now. And people that know now that I'm his daughter, they be like, oh, I'm a fan of your dad's music, and so because of that, I'm also going to support yours, right? So I've grabbed a bit of his fans, and his fans have also grabbed a bit of mine as well.
What were some of the things that he has said to you ever since, you know, you blew up like that? Has he called you to tell you anything?
Yeah, oh, my dad, yeah. When he comes to Ghana, he lives with us, and so he's very proud, and he talks about my lyrics, he talks about my melodies, the things I talk about in my songs. He's really proud, and I'm honored that someone as big as him is proud of the kind of music I'm doing.
Are you a daddy's girl?
To me, I'm like a crazy, but I'm not a daddy's girl. I mean, oh, I think it was my kid sister that is always jumping around my father.
Are you anticipating a collaboration with your dad?
Yeah, oh, my dad and I, we've been hitting the studios, and so the fans should look forward to a song from myself and my dad.
Aside your dad that you're working with, are there any veterans that you'd want to work with?
Yeah, there are lots of them, but they're in my books, and they will come off as surprises to the fans, and so they are all in the pipeline. We look forward to it.
We only hear of you talk about your dad. What about your mom?
Oh, my mom, she's a very low-key person. Big shouts to her, by the way. I know she'll watch this interview, but she's a very low-key person. You know, mother, she's just behind the scenes supporting her daughter with prayers and her blessings, and so she's there, pa.
You're from a very strong Christian home.
Yes, please.
Your mom is an awesome mommy.
Oh no, she's not, but she loves to pray, pa. Yes, I mean.
So do you get her calling you all the time? Hey, I know, sorry, I'm bumpire.
Yeah, she does that. She's been doing that since, not even just because of the music. Ever since growing up, my mom is a very prayerful person. It's part of the reasons why, you know, I'm still strong and I'm here.
But with all that happened recently, you know, the social media fire, did she call you?
She Assume Kakweri, but she's not on Twitter, so she didn't really know much about it. But Assume, but she didn't really make a big deal out of it. She's cool. She's very fine.
Proud to be becoming a musician. What were you aspiring to be?
I wanted to be an entrepreneur. You know, growing up, my dad made me fall in love with music and entertainment. So I was a huge lover of entertainment. I was actually the entertainment prefect in my secondary school, TIMAS. In Kumasi. So if I wasn't doing music, I would have been an entrepreneur. I would have been a business head, a CEO, or something of that sort here. Because I'm actually studying international business in school.
So you would have been an entrepreneur with your specialty.
So anything that I could get hold of, right? I actually had plans of opening a music school. Yeah, wow. Yeah, but you know, life, you could be heading towards this place, then life will just tell you, no, this is not what I want you to do, I want you to do this. So I just wanted to be a boss. I just wanted to have something that I am running, right? And so if I wasn't doing music, I'd been an entrepreneur.
Do you write your own songs?
Yes, please, I do. The songs that I've released so far, each and every single one of them was written by me.
Okay, let's hold on here. Let's go over to Abrantepa, who will be bringing us the Discovery segment.
Life has never been easy. Always the hustle. Tiano Pebia, my busy. Meti Mitchell come the whole day, mama nisu ye dizzy. I know the figure lengths. My guy, no be easy. Miss one me pese me nyesi catch and low wheezy. My breath fitting in color brim still made that so bread. Nako pose uti me away dia me de koto sre. Na my ye juma bia krama me body no ayambre. Bad mind, so time ya, debe na ubenya. Bad mind, so time ya, debe na ubenya. Bad mind. If you hate me, what you go get to? Bad mind.
Joining us on the Discovery segment is Kwaku Sniper and Shishi Boss. Welcome, guys. How are you doing?
We're doing great.
Nice one. So, are you a group or you do your individual stuff?
Yeah, we do our individual stuff, but sometimes we do collaborate more. Yeah.
I see. Yeah. How did you meet?
Oh, we met through a friend, like a friend of mine. Yeah, so he introduced me to Kwaku Sniper.
Okay.
Yeah, on the street, you know, we are street boys, so yeah, everything just back and all.
So, how do you do it? You go to the studio together, you sit,
yeah,
or you do your individual stuff, then he comes in?
The funniest part is that I come up with the
concept,
the concept, and then I write on it, and then I do my part. I forward it to him, then he also
does his part. So far, how be the progress? How you see that thing?
Like everybody way good TV, they talk say like if a positive this thing then they give me. So yeah, we just hope for the best. Yeah.
Okay. If you mention any of the songs, just the title.
Oh yeah, we get Mr. Badman. We get
the one you just performed.
Yeah, the one we just performed. We get Abuasika. We get Formula D. We for girls. Yeah. We get for girls.
For girls.
Yeah, for girls.
Hey, you know, I don't know why I don't want to hear that, but okay. So you mostly they come out with the idea.
Yeah.
Why for girls?
For girls, you know, the for girls concept. I don't know. We did it with Familiars Nothing Against.
Yeah, it be love and they love you, no be for girls.
Yeah.
No be for girls, it be love and they love you, no be for girls.
Yeah, so that's how it goes. So we're trying to like
initially then me as you mentioned forget
I think say Agbala something.
You don't forget. Share with us your struggles. You say it's not been easy. How has the journey been? What's making it not easy for you?
You know, so now we are not under any kind of record label or something. You see, and everything we do is from our pocket.
Okay.
How you understand? Yeah, even if you are supposed to record, at Kokoku, we meet, we plan. Charlie, at the end of the day, you know, we all work in our individual places. So after that, we just gather some small coins, then we go and record.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Right. All right. So that's Kwaku Sniper and Sheshe for you.
Come and see me swiping photos of you. What on me? I need a tattoo with your name on it. Metro Woodin Kwame. May a tough girl, but see the way I make timid. But call me Dre. So me mu eh. And then I will pecky babo to fe. My folly and casa. Renobian pata. Se uja me ame ba messiah babak. Oh.
I'm waiting for the chorus.
So me mu. Otoyewu anajuwe diemenewa besomimu otoyewu anajuwe diemenewa besomimu otoyewu anajuwe die. I go show you love odo.
Right. Welcome back from that short break. Jackie is still our guest. We are still chit-chatting with her. I read in this article, I was once scrolling through my phone and I saw in this article that they said you are worth $150,000.
Really?
Yes.
And I've not seen it.
$150,000 to $200,000.
Hey. Okay.
Is it true that you're
worth? Then I need to find the person as, because this one I don't know.
If you are sick on your whole
you the bab. Hey, because honestly this one I've not seen it. So we have to ask the person.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll ask. In fact, I'll give his number.
If you're on share my accounts, so the person knows it. I don't know about that. I haven't seen it.
I also read in another article that you look up to the likes of RTBs.
No,
or rather Payday movie.
Yes. So growing up, I listened to Omar Sterling. I listened to Efia. I listened to Asha. So they inspire some of the songs that I write. Yeah, if you look at the CDP, for instance, the intro and the outro, the melodies, you know, it's rap, actually. It was inspired by Payday. I said it's in the song, and so they inspire my music. Yeah.
So does Payday know that he inspires your music?
Oh, yeah, he does. I've met him a couple of times.
And he grooms you sometimes?
You know,
but Payday is a rapper.
Yeah, yes. I love rap. I love hip-hop, yes. I'm not a very good rapper, but I try sometimes. I'm a fan of it, and then he's very good. If you don't listen to him, you should try.
And you give us one before you leave.
Okay.
As an artist, what's your take on awards?
They're good. I mean, it's all part of some of the little things that motivate you, right? I mean, if you get awarded for something that you're doing, it makes you feel good. It makes you feel like, you know, you're working hard. And so awards are fine.
Will you purposely release a song or an album just for an award?
No, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. Whenever I'm recording songs, it's just my fans I think about. The people that love my music and the people that the music
does something for them. They are the people that I think about first thing when I'm writing music or when I'm recording a song.
But with the way you are going, do you think you'll be the first artist to win a Grammy?
Oh, I mean, I can't tell. I can't tell. Maybe tomorrow another artist will come, very talented, you get. And there are other people ahead of me who are super talented, who are also big artists. And so as for the Grammys, anybody can get it. We are all working hard and we can all get it.
In terms of award, which record would you want to set or break?
Oh, I would want to occupy the biggest auditorium in the world.
Just that? No.
Yes.
We are talking in terms of award.
No, with awards, I told you, like, my mind is not really there as much, but if there's something that I actually want right now, that is what I want.
Oh, you're still in school?
Yeah, I'm still in school. I'm a final year student at Kenya University.
Okay. But how are you juggling between the two, music and school?
Yeah, it's not easy, but I'll finish it, and I'll finish it very hard. Maybe my graduation, you can come. Yeah.
You're mostly in Accra, or?
No, I'm not mostly in Accra. I live in Kumasi. I school in Kumasi. If I come to Accra, it's usually for work. And that's when you find me here.
So when are you going back?
I'll go back to school very soon because we are even about to write our end of sem exam. So I need to go back and study very quick.
Okay. What's your type of guy?
I don't have a type at all. I don't have a type.
You're open for everything?
Yeah.
With cute girls like your type, I know they're mostly going for the tall ones.
Is it because you're cute? Is that what you want?
Oh, I'm not cute.
Oh, you are. Yeah. So, no, I don't have a type at all, actually. When it comes to relations, I don't pay much attention to it. Yeah, and so, I'm in my corner. Anything that comes my way.
So you're open?
Anything that, at the moment, I'm not. I'm actually focusing on my work and my school. And so later on in the future, when God sends someone to me, I would know it.
Money or love?
Money, oh. It is money every day, all day. Yes, please.
Hey, the fact that you just said
a while ago that you're open.
Oh, so you'll be open.
Exactly.
But you okay say like you're open. Nipa nebana say.
Alternatives, Sika or love.
Okay.
And I'm choosing back.
No.
If it's money, if I have to choose between money and love, I'll choose money. That's just it.
But you sing love songs.
Yes, I sing love songs for you and the listener, the people that are in love. You know, that's what I do. Literally, that's what I do. So when I fall in love in the future, to them, me too, I'll start feeling what you guys feel when you listen to my songs. Yeah. So the music is for the fans.
Would you mind dating anybody in the industry?
Whatever God plans for my life, dear, I'll just move with it. Honestly, when it comes to my personal life, I leave it to God. Anything that God has set for it to happen for me, that is what I'm going with.
Do you hope getting married someday?
I'll get married. I'll get married in the future. I will.
Like in how many years to come?
Oh, Accra. Yeah, not now. Accra.
What's next for Jackie?
Oh, a lot of things. Jackie, my journey is very, very long, and so people should know that I'm here to stay. The new songs coming up, good. The fans should look out to a lot of good music coming up next.
Okay. And then Nana McBrown, who is she to you?
Oh, Nana McBrown and my mom, they go way back. They've been friends since they were young, and that was how come we were so.
She also lived in Kumasi.
Yeah, actually, yes, she also lived in Kumasi, and yeah, and so when she linked up with me, it was a very beautiful vibe. We spoke about a lot of things, and you know.
Please, our rap.
Your rap. First off, pull over, take a seat. I'm your ruler. I got inspired by Payday. Omar Sterling yesterday night. I checked the charts and we were trending. That's not the vision anyways. That's actually my song. It's on my EP. It's called The Journey. Go and check it out.
So give us one of Payday's rap.
Payday song. I'm from back in the days. Ash in a tray. Kush so loud I can feel my face. So far gone, I think I am Drake. No, I am not. I am Pay. Finish.
Hey.
Oh no, I don't give you everything. No.
Dubai, them know they high.
I don't give you anything. Nah. I don't give you everything.
Why?
I don't give you everything. If you want to get more rap, if you want to get more rap from me, you should be listening to my songs. You find it.
Okay, give us Never Like This, then we leave. go.
What's in my coma fala? Se se mi suje wa asembia metibia wodona makome munti mafana sem tra yeah. Never like this, so never like this. Never like this, so never like this. Never like this, so yeah.
You did me bad, oh.
You did me bad, oh. Hey, you did me bad.
Hey,
yapon.
You did me bad, oh. Okay, that was an interesting one with Jackie. I hope to come your way another time with much more interesting edition of Talkatainment. I am your host, Elsie Lama. See you another time. Till then, stay blessed.
Come and see me swiping photos of you. What on me? I need a tattoo with your name on it. Metro Woodin Kwame. May a tough girl, but see the way I make timid. But call me Dre. So me mu eh. And then I will pecky babo to fe. My folly and casa. Reno bian pata. Se uja me ame ba mesaya babak. Oh.
I'm waiting for the chorus.
So me mu. Otoyewu anajuwe diemenewa beso mi mu otoyewu anajuwe diemenewa beso mi mu otoyewu anajuwe die. I go show you love odo right.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face. It's not my brother. You are denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
consideration, the committee is of the view that the bill is in the right direction, as it will help provide the needed funding to enable the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund to undertake its projects. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt this report and to pass the Gift Amendment Bill 2021 in accordance with the 1992 Constitution and the standing orders of the House. Respectfully submitted.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Ranking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to speak to the motion, and in doing so, Mr. Speaker, today let me say, Mr. Speaker, that my heart is at peace. Mr. Speaker, my heart is at peace for a reason that not long ago, this Parliament approved for the Ministry of Finance to take a major revenue line that was meant for the development of the nation's infrastructure to be used for consumption. The Speaker, this House in 2014 approved that 2.5% of the country's value-added tax and up to 20% of the annual budget funding amount from our oil revenue be allocated for the purposes of our infrastructure, and it should have gone to the Ghana Investment Infrastructure Fund. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, the previous NDC administration had capitalized Ghana Infrastructure and Investment Fund with $2 million as a seed fund, on top of the revenue flows, tax revenue flows that was supposed to go to the Ghana Infrastructure and Investment Fund. But sadly, Mr. Speaker, in the year 2017, the MPP administration decided to withdraw this amount that is supposed to go and support the Ghana Infrastructure Fund, to the extent that even the ABFA amount, the annual budget funding amount from the oil revenue that was supposed to go to the Ghana Infrastructure and Investment Fund was taken away. Mr. Speaker, that amount was used for consumption. And for so many times, Mr. Speaker, we have criticized it. For 4 years, our brothers were living in a denial. Today, Mr. Speaker, they have accepted it. They are going to restore the 20% of the ABFA that was supposed to have gone into the Ghana Infrastructure and Investment Fund. Mr. Speaker, and that's why I said I'm happy today. Mr. Speaker, we want to urge the government that when we criticize, we don't criticize for criticizing's sake. We criticize so that they will learn from it. The Speaker, so that they will be on proper tangent. The Speaker, finally, Mr. Speaker, today they have come before us to restore the 20% of the VAT revenue of the ABFA amount. Mr. Speaker, that is not all. They are still using the 2.5% of the VAT revenue for the purposes of consumption. So in good faith, please restore the 2.5 also, so the Ghana infrastructure will have the benefit. The Speaker, if you are to look at our budget, the money, the revenues are going into consumption, too much. So the Speaker, yes, I commend them for listening to us after 4 years. 4 good years for listening to us. But do more. Restore the 2.5% of the VAT, because Ghana infrastructure needs support. The Speaker, we were told that they are going to use the revenue flows to the Ghana Infrastructure Fund to deal with the Agenda 111, the building of hospitals. And then, Mr. Speaker, they've also said that they are looking at the possibility of engaging a PPP arrangement for Accra Motorway, of which Ghana Infrastructure and Investment Fund will play a major role. For me, at least for nothing at all, you are using the money for infrastructure. What you're supposed to do, what you're supposed to have been used the money for. So, Speaker, I support this. I support this bill, and I think it's in the right, but it is very too little. Do more. Bring the 2.5%, because that is where the money is. This is too small. Bring more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member for Okaniko Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak in support of the motion. Mr. Speaker, opportune time for the Ghana Infrastructure Fund, having gone through a 4-year cycle under the Akufo-Addo administration, with some very important strategy. Government has listened. Government has taken a very bold strategy to extend the period of taxation, non-taxation of the activities of the fund to another 10 years. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the project listed under paragraph 5.3, that is to undertake the area of the President's Agenda 111. It's a laudable initiative that must be commended. The area of affordable housing, this fund has a major role to play to enable the real estate sector to leverage on the funds that will accumulate to the fund to undertake a lot of infrastructure or housing facilities. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that the annual budget funding amount that was initially earmarked for the fund is now going to be a major source of revenue prior to the passage of this act to support the fund to carry out the mandate of the fund within the local and international market. Mr. Speaker, globally, every country or entity is looking for the financial support that it requires for it to develop the sectors of the economy. And I think GIF has a very important role to play and must be commended. The fiscal impact, as earlier stated, is very impressive. About 361 million Ghana cedis to be realized, and also the tax exemption estimated at about 168 million, which I believe is not going to affect growth or revenue mobilization project. I believe that it's a good step by the Ministry of Finance, the President and the government to open up GIF to live up to its expectation as established under law. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable Member for Adaku.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this motion. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the government for finally yielding to the call from the NDC side over the years to reactivate this very important fund. Mr. Speaker, historically, when the NDC were hoping it to be an anchor fund from which we can develop a lot of infrastructure. Indeed, a portion of the cost of Terminal 3 airport was paid from the Ghana Infrastructure Fund. But sadly, as the report says, since President Akufo-Addo came to power from 2017, this fund has been made dormant. Mr. Speaker, and the inability of government putting money in this fund did not help in any way. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy the government is anchoring a lot of the development projects on this fund. But Mr. Speaker, we can only do that if we put in a lot more money. Mr. Speaker, if you look at paragraph 3.2, the government is saying, for instance, Agenda 111 is partly funded from this. Mr. Speaker, the last time we approved a loan for a 100-bed district hospital in this house, which is Shama District Hospital, it was 32 million euros. How are we going to be able to build 101 district hospitals based on this fund? Mr. Speaker, 2, I am happy the road minister is here. On the 16th of December 2016, the minister told us he signed a contract with Motor Angels, an EPC turnkey contract. He kept referring to that contract as a PPP contract. We told him it is not a PPP contract because you yourself, on the 6th of December, you cancelled the PPP procurement process. So you signed an EPC contract with Motor Angels. They don't have a penny to invest in the project. You are now telling us you are going to build a fund. You are going to build a fund using Ghana's money and give to Motor Angels, which is a foreign company. So what is the use of Motor Angels' contract? we still tell you, whatever you have in Bota Angel is not a contract fit for purpose. So if you are going to do a PPP, you need to go back and institute a new PPP procurement process. You cannot do anything about it, Minister. The Procurement Act does not allow you to do what you have done. We are telling you, you have to do a new PPP procurement process. You can be touting this, that they've got a contract with the government of Ghana. They do not have a contract with a valid contract with the government of Ghana. And Mr. Speaker, you are saying this fund can fund 570 million motorway expansion, 101 district hospitals, pay the debt of Terminal 3. Mr. Speaker, you are overloading this fund. Though you haven't put in 1 CD yet, I will be happy if you put in more money to do this. Mr. Speaker, the only thing you have ever done with this fund, Mr. Speaker, if you remember, this side of the house, under President Akufo-Addo, made this house to take money from Ghana Infrastructure Fund to fund the Pullman Hotel at the airport. When we were building airports, you were funding a private hotel at the airport. I remember. This is the difference between NDC and NPP. We invest in things that help the whole country. You invest in things that fund people close to you. This is the difference. And we told you so. Sadly, 4 years, in the 5th year, you are not coming back. But welcome. Welcome to the situation where you fund projects that benefit people of this country. If you were to choose funding a hotel, an airport, which one will you fund?
You have reminded me.
Which one will you fund? Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful and want to commend government for coming to our level. But it's too late, and we want them to continue with this. Mr. Speaker, with these very few words, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah.
Yes, Honorable Man.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you very much for contributing to the motion. And as Mr. Speaker, as rightly observed by the committee, and may I, with respect, refer you to paragraph 5.1, page 3 of the committee's report for purpose of emphasis. The committee observed that the fund is a permanent capital investment vehicle initially capitalized at $250 million. The fund subsequently received $75 million from the annual budget funding amount. Mr. Speaker, all this was done because the previous NDC government introduced the Ghana Infrastructure Fund and funded it with $250 million plus an additional $75 million. Mr. Speaker, government needs to be serious about this fund and what it wants to do with the fund. Mr. Speaker, a paltry $6.9 million was added to the fund in 2017. Yet we are told that they have invested $300 million in a portfolio of 14 infrastructure projects in 7 different sectors, covering airports. Mr. Speaker, we are demanding that you have a copy because you are a member of the Finance Committee. I am not. Mr. Speaker, we need the details of the projects the GRF has funded over the period. We all are entitled to information in the interest of transparency, so that in the exercise of oversight, we can know whether value for money provisions have been respected in the award of this project. For instance, the Agenda 111, we are already hearing that there is a dedicated insurance company, and anybody who has an award letter should look at it. A dedicated insurance company that every entity or contractor who is to execute this must work with a particular insurance company. That borders on conflict of interest. And that conflict of interest remains a veritable source of corruption and abuse of office. It cannot be so. Ghana is not run only by one insurance company. We are denying other insurance companies legitimate businesses. That is not right. To this house with a copy of the award letter, which is instructing contractors which particular insurance company they should deal with. Mr. Speaker, the committee's report in page 4 has this to say, and Mr. Speaker, I quote, the Accra Tema Motorway project, affordable housing. Which affordable housing project? We need to know. Renewable energy. Which renewable energy project? We need to know. Now, Mr. Speaker, it adds this without any adequate information to help address the shortages in university accommodation. Why? Then why was Get Fund set up? Get Fund was to deal with expanding access to higher education, including accommodation for students in the universities. Why do we now want to offload some of the burdens of the Get Fund to the Ghana Infrastructure Fund? That is not right. And Mr. Speaker, to conclude, Ghana will just pass the Public-Private Partnership Act. It means that this Ghana Infrastructure Fund, as it was contemplated when it was set up in 2015, must provide some financial support for the state to engage with other private sector players or stakeholders to undertake major infrastructure projects. We cannot do so, as was observed by the Honorable Ranking Member for Finance. What has happened to the 2.5% VAT, which was dedicated to GRF at birth? We need to revisit it and make sure that that money is not used for other budget support purposes, but is dedicated to the infrastructure fund. If we are to succeed in doing, for instance, the Bonkra Inland Port, you need a public-private partnership. Dualization of the Accra Kumasi Nkoko Road, you need a public-private partnership. Kasua Winneba Cape Coast Road, dualization, you need a public-private partner. So this GRF must be positioned as if that is providing the government of Ghana its basic equity to engage with other private sector players for this major infrastructure project. But Mr. Speaker, finally, if you read your committee's report, paragraph 5.4, we are being called upon to grant tax exemption for the next 10 years. Where is the tax exemption bill which was introduced by Minister Ken Ofori-Atta then to this House, when he was told that Ghana lost about 10 billion Ghana cedis annually to the grant of tax exemption? We want to know the fate of that particular bill. With these words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Speaker, I think recognizably we all do appreciate that there's a huge deficit in infrastructure in the country, and that indeed is the purpose of this bill. And Speaker, I believe that spreading ourselves thinly, even with this accumulation, would not help this country. And I believe going forward as a House, perhaps we can come to some determination on which specific areas to apply, so that when we look over our shoulders, maybe 10 years after, we will know that these are the areas that we have applied the amounts to. To me, that's the most important. Otherwise, if we spread ourselves thinly, we will not be able to achieve much, regardless of the country. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that with that understanding, I believe we can now put the question. I thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it.
And ask to amend the Ghana
motion
Infrastructure
is adopted.
And ask to amend the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Act 2014, Act 877, to provide for additional sources of funds, extend the period of exemption from taxes, and for related matters.
Honorable members, the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Amended Bill 2021 is duly read the second time. Honorable Majority Leader, motion on the normal paper 46.
Speaker, I beg to motion listed as item 46 on the original order paper. The Speaker, it appears also as item 22 on the addendum order paper. I'm sorry. The Speaker, so, yes, that's what I was saying. It appears as item 22 on the addendum order paper, but it's the same thing as the item listed as 46 on the original order paper. The Speaker, being conservative, I would restrict myself to the original order paper. So, item 46, and I beg to move that, notwithstanding the provisions of Order 1281, which require that when a bill has been read a second time, it shall pass through a consideration stage which shall not be taken until at least 48 hours have elapsed. The consideration stage of the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Amendment Bill 2021 may be taken today. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Chairman of the committee. Oh, okay. It's okay. Honorable members, the motion is moved and seconded, and it is procedural motion. So the question is, those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Honorable members, Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Amended Bill 2021 at the consideration stage.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are no amendments to this bill, so accordingly we can proceed to the next stage.
Honorable members, cross one. The question is, those in Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I risk being ruled out of order by you. I know that we are at consideration stage. And we are taking through this in accordance with Article 106(13) of the 1992 Constitution. I just want to get that understanding from the chairman. Because normally, as I take a copy of my bill, I'm interested in the Gazette publication to satisfy myself that the minimum requirements of Article 106 have been so satisfied. But if the chairman, as I saw in the report, convinces me that we are taking this under 106(13), maybe leader will help him. Because I just got my copy of the bill and I went to see Gazette.
Minority Leader, specifically, which area are you? Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, the Minority Leader quoted Article 106. And in respect of money bills, they don't come like Gazette. You should know that.
Honourable members, we shall proceed. So, clause 1.
Section 5 of Act 877 amended.
Honourable Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are taking the Ghana Investment Infrastructure Amendment Bill. And so that when you move from clause to clause, we'll find out whether there is a need for an amendment to the clauses or not. Mr. Speaker, members from our side do not have copies of the bill, so we need copies so that we can proceed. They have. Do you have now? Okay, my attention has been drawn to the copies being distributed.
Honourable members, let's move on, please.
Mr. Speaker, as I earlier indicated, there are no amendments to this bill.
No amendment.
No advertised amendment.
So the question is, those in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against the motion, say no.
Mr. Speaker, we want to know the motion to which you are putting the question. We don't know the motion you are putting the question. Which motion?
Honourable members, those in favor that clause 1 stands as part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The clause 1 stands part of the bill. Chairman.
Section 19 of Act 877 amended.
Honourable members, there is no listed amendment. So the question is, clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clause is part of the stands part of the bill. Clause 3, Chairman.
Repeal.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minority Leader, do you have any amendment or what?
Mr. Speaker, I need explanation to clause 2. Clause 2 says that the fund is exempted from payment of any form of tax for the first 15 years of the operation of the fund. But, Mr. Speaker, the report that we just looked at talk about extension under paragraph 5.4 on page 4, extension of tax exemption. Here, the report is talking about extending the tax to 10 years. So I need explanation.
Ranking member.
Mr. Speaker, for the record, this is not a tax bill. This is an expenditure bill. Mr. Speaker, what this seeks to do is that the existing law, the Enabling Act, imposes, exempt the Ghana Infrastructure and Investment Fund from the payment of tax for 5 years. However, this amendment seeks to add 10 more years to the existing 5 years. So overall, what we seek to do is to exempt them from the payment of tax for 15 years from the date of establishment. That is why it is explained for that purpose. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, it's an explanation. So we move to clause 3.
Repeal.
Clause 3.
Repeal.
Clause 3.
Mr. Speaker, there's no amendment to clause 3.
Won't read it. Honorable members, the question then is, clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clause stands part of the bill. Now the long title.
An act to amend the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Act 2014, Act 870, to provide for additional sources of funds, extend the period of exemption from taxes, and for related matters.
Honorable members, there is no proposed amendment, and therefore I shall put the question. Those in favor of the long title say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The bill Honorable members, that brings us to the end of the consideration stage. Honorable Minister responsible. Now, the motion. Honorable Minister responsible for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 1311, which require that when a bill has passed through the consideration stage, the third reading thereof shall not be taken until 24 hours have elapsed. The motion for the third reading of the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Amendment Bill 2021 may be moved today. I so move.
The chairman of committee.
Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, this is a procedural motion.
She told me she was not in the office.
And
I just asked for a quick answer. So when she comes to the office, she's going to call me. Or just be monitoring.
And therefore, I will just go through the question.
Then we can do.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Ghana Infrastructural Investment Fund Amendment Bill. Majority Leader.
Speaker, I now move the substantive motion for the third reading of the bill. Speaker, I move that the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Amendment Bill 2021 be now read the third time. I so move.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Second the motion.
Now I can. Honorable members, I can now put the question. And the question is, those in favor of the motion say aye.
What happens to that problem?
Those against the motion say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it.
An act to amend
The
the
motion-
Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Act 2014, Act 877, to now sources of funds, extend the period of exemption from taxes, and for related matters.
Honorable members, the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Amendment Bill 2021 is duly read the third time and passed. Honorable Majority Leader. Respectfully, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I implore us to go back to the order paper, the original order paper, and to deal with item 32. 32. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding Standing Order 81, which require that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which notice of the motion is given and the date on which the motion is moved. The motion for the second reading of the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2020 be moved today. I so move.
Honorable Chairman.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak to the motion, and in the process,
second the motion, procedural.
Oh, I second the motion.
Honorable members, this is a procedural motion. The question is, those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against the motion say no.
So this is the motion itself.
Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Honorable Leader.
Speaker, I beg to move that the energy sector levies amendment bill 2021 be now read the second time. Mr. Speaker, the Energy Sector Levies Act 899 was enacted to consolidate the existing energy sector levies for their efficient utilization, defray legacy debts and other liabilities within the energy sector.
The chairman of the committee.
Tell them to keep quiet.
So certainly, I just get up to speak to the motion and to present the report.
Honorable members, order. Please, there's too much noise here. Now, the committee chairman.
The Speaker, as I was saying, the Energy Sector Levies Act was enacted to consolidate existing energy sector levies for the efficient utilization, defray legacy debts and other liabilities within the energy sector, and to facilitate sustainable long-term investments in the energy sector and provide consolidated matters. Speaker, since its passage, the levies have contributed significantly to the part payment of the legacy liabilities of state-owned enterprises operating in the sector. Speaker, it's become necessary now to come with an amendment to the Levies Amendment Bill to consolidate and to reap greater harvest from it, to fulfill the purpose for which it was established, which is why we come in with this amendment bill. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Honorable members, there's too much noise. Please. The chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak to the motion and in doing so present the committee's report. The Speaker, officials of the Ministry of Finance and Ghana Revenue Authority attended upon the committee. The committee in this deliberation considered that this bill was of an urgent nature and may be taken through all the stages of passage in one day in accordance with the relevant provisions of the Constitution and law. The Speaker, the objective of the bill, as has already been indicated, is to amend the Energy Sector Levies Act 2015. Act 899 to provide for an energy sector recovery levy and sanitation and pollution levy. The bill has a total of 3 clauses, Mr. Speaker, and the committee, after its deliberation, made the following observations. That the proceeds from the energy sector recovery levy will be utilized to meet the funding shortfall occasioned by the inability of the electricity distribution company to cover the cost of power supplied by power producers and associated capacity costs and related matters. Mr. Speaker, the other observations have been listed on page 6 of the report. The fiscal impact is some 666,230,000 and 311,660,000 cedis being the estimated receipts from these 2 levies for the energy sector recovery and the sanitation and pollution, respectively, in 2021. Mr. Speaker, the concerns of the minority, as registered during the meeting, have been captured under paragraph 6.4. The committee proposed some amendments to the bill. Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends to the House to adopt this report and pass the Energy Sector Amendment Bill 2021 into law, subject to the amendment proposed in accordance with the relevant provisions of the Constitution and law. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Ranking Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to speak to the motion. Mr. Speaker, you recall that when the minister responsible for finance, the Honorable Osei Chairman Sabosu, when he read the budget statement and economic policy of government for the year 2021, the Speaker, we were informed that the government intends to introduce additional increases in the Energy Sector Levies Act. The Speaker, at that point, if you are to look at the budget statement,
Honorable members, please, there's too much noise.
Mr. Speaker, I refer you to the budget statement, page 59, paragraph 260. Mr. Speaker, the impression as created in the budget statement was that the government intends to increase the price of petrol and diesel by 20 pesos. 20 pesos, petrol and diesel. But Mr. Speaker, strangely, the bill before us intends to increase the prices of petrol and diesel by 20 pesos, the purposes of energy sector recovery levy, and, Mr. Speaker, 18 pesos per kilogram of LPG. Mr. Speaker, the budget statement did not mention an increment in the LPG for the purposes of the payment of the energy sector recovery levy. But strangely, when the bill was sent to us, through the back door, the government has imposed an 18 pesos increment in every liter a kilogram of LPG that we buy. Mr. Speaker, I believe that that is not in order because, the Speaker, that was not the intention of government. The Speaker, the policy that Parliament approved, the budget statement and economic policy of government for the year 2021 financial year did not anticipate an increase of 18 pesos per kilogram in LPG. Yet, the Ministry of Finance, once again, through the back door, has introduced an increase of tax. The Speaker, the issue became a major one. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, if you are to look at the committee's report, page 7, the increment there says a kilogram. Mr. Speaker, but that is not the case. It's not 8 pesos per kilogram. The bill before us is 18 pesos per kilogram. Mr. Speaker, aside that, not long ago, in the year 2019, during the media review, the Minister of Finance.
Honorable member, hold on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to correct something that my colleague on the other side is saying. Mr. Speaker, at the committee level, we drew the attention to the fact that the gas levy was in the memo, and that it was part of the cabinet memo that was sent, and cabinet has given us the approval. And in the figures, the fiscal tables too, the amount that we will raise from the gas is in there. We pointed, and that in addition to the fuel, the petrol, is 661 million Ghana cedis. So Ministry of Finance has not sneaked anything through the back door. It is in the budget statement, and we pointed it out to them very clearly. We omitted it in the write-up. Yes. Thank you. And Atu was there when you mentioned this.
Honorable member.
Yes, Speaker, my name is Elisha. It's true I was there. What she said is true. It's all true. We were there. We understood it. So it's raising it all up. Mr. Speaker, put the question and let's get going because what all makes that completely.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Honorable Ranking.
Mr. Speaker, I thought the Minister of Finance or the Minister of Finance would have eaten a humble pie and apologized. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleague, my colleague Honorable Abina, to show me where in the budget statement that says that you are imposing 18 pesos in the increment for the purposes of increasing the LPG. Mr. Speaker, it is nowhere in the budget statement. Mr. Speaker, I have referred you
principalities.
Fire!
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you funny face. It's not my brother. Funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this
The provisions of Standing Order 1281, which require that when a bill has been read a second time, it shall not pass through a consideration stage which shall not be taken. It shall pass through a consideration stage which shall not be taken until at least 48 hours have elapsed. The consideration stage of the penalty and interest waiver bill 2021 may be taken today. I so move.
Yes. The Speaker second the motion.
Honourable members, this is a procedural motion. All in favour of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item number 23. Penalty and interest waiver bill 2021 at the consideration stage. Yes. Chairman, the amendment according to the clause 9. Sorry. I just want to be sure. There's only clause 9 that is intended to be amended.
Exactly so, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Clause 1. There's no proposed amendment to clause 1. All in favor of clause 1 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Conditions for waiver of penalty and interest.
Hold on. Yes,
Mr. Speaker, in respect of clause 1, I have a worry that we may not be complying with the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, if you look at Article 174 of the Constitution, particularly the terms of clause 3, the terms of clause 3, it would appear that any such waiver or variation of the tax must be done with a prior approval of Parliament. This seems to me to be a blanket waiver or grant of the power to waive the taxes without further recourse to Parliament. And I think that it is unconstitutional. Potentially, it is unconstitutional because, Mr. Speaker, if you look at clause 3, it says that Parliament may by a resolution as support of not less than 2/3 of the members of Parliament exempt the exercise of any power from the provisions of clause 2 of this article. Now, Mr. Speaker, what clause 2 does is to give Parliament the power to enact laws and to invest persons and authority with the power to waive or vary a tax.
Let's see, is a penalty and interest a tax? This one is to waive penalty and interest. Is it the same as the taxes envisaged by clause 174?
Mr. Speaker, a penalty or interest arises out of and in connection with your tax obligation. So it is part of revenue. If you do not default in your primary obligation to pay the tax, there is no penalty that accrues as a result of non-payment. And so it's part of revenue. And therefore, if we are granting the power to waive or vary that tax, it must be done in accordance with Article 174 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. And so this blanket grant of the power of waiver is potentially unconstitutional, and the bill has to be redrafted.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I believe my colleague is getting it totally wrong. Mr. Speaker, what is at stake here is Article 1742, which provides where an act enacted in accordance with clause 1 of this. First, 171 provides no taxation shall be imposed otherwise by or under the authority of an act of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, it's exactly what we are doing. When we come to 2 then provides enacted in accordance with clause 1 of this article confers power on any person or authority to waive or vary a tax imposed by that act. The exercise of power of waiver or variation in favor of any person or authority shall be subject to prior approval of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, when Parliament decides not to do this, but grant an authority to another body to do that, then you will kick in Article 1743. What you are saying now does not apply. It is 1741. The Speaker is totally wrong in his understanding of Article 174.
Yes, you got it wrong. Mr. Speaker, for precisely the reasons given by the majority leader, I am perfectly correct in the interpretation that I have given of 174. Because 172, 1742 is very clear that when Parliament by an act grants the power, the exercise of that power is subject to the prior approval of Parliament. Yeah. And this is what we are doing in this case, right? That is what we are doing. We are granting the power of waiver. We are granting the power of waiver to the Commissioner General. We are shifting that primary responsibility of Parliament to the Commissioner General. And therefore, it must be done with the prior approval of Parliament. Now, the mechanism that allows it not to be done with the prior approval.
When we pass this bill, we grant the power to the Commissioner. Is that right?
That is so.
So when does the Commissioner exercise the power?
The exercise
relying on this. to grant a waiver, that he will need the resolution. But now we are, by this act, giving him the power to grant a waiver.
Sure.
So he will look at, or you confess your sins, and then say, okay, I should have charged you, sorry, can you resume your seat? I should have charged you 10%, but because the law gives me the power to grant you, I'm preparing this resolution to Parliament to say that this company has confessed, or these companies have confessed, and therefore I kindly, by resolution, grant them the concession. Must give the power first before the exercise of it will require the resolution. So I think we are not wrong. Let's proceed.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, Article 1743 becomes odious if we go by the logic that is on the floor now. It becomes odious. And the Constitution was enacted to become effective in compliance, and we cannot allow a provision of the Constitution to become odious in practice. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, if you would allow me, we do not contemplate a situation where this piece of legislation that we are enacting today would become contested as unconstitutional. And we can prevent that by couching it in a way that prevents future litigation. So, Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making is that you are right in saying that it is at the point of the waiver, that the Commissioner General exercises the power. But, Mr. Speaker, in this bill, is there anything that contemplates that the Commissioner General will resort to Parliament for a resolution to exempt him from the exercise of the power of waiver in that particular instance that the Speaker is talking about?
Yes, leader. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think we should have some clarity. There is a legislation imposing a tax, and then there is a penalty on failure to pay. The penalty on failure to pay is simply a penal provision.
Yes, it's not a tax.
It is not a tax imposing provision. It's a penal provision. So if you don't pay the tax on time, then the penal provisions kick in. And it is the penal provisions that generate the interest, a possible interest. Is that okay? The possible interest that will accrue itself is not a tax. It is a penalty. So in this legislation, it is revenue if it is paid. If it is paid, it is revenue. It is revenue, but it is not a taxing provision. And so in this is what the legislation is doing is waiving the penal provisions if you haven't paid. And Parliament is doing that. So I beg to say, not to disagree, but to say, Mr. Speaker, I beg to say that to the extent that we are not doing anything about this vision imposing the tax, but that we are tinkering with the penal provision, then the constitutional argument has to be around our capacity to waive a penal provision. That is a penalty that has arisen, not the tax. We are not touching the tax. We are touching interest that will arise as a penalty if you don't pay the tax. And Parliament is saying that it is waiving that consequential penal effect of not paying the tax. Nothing is being done about the tax itself. And so I am minded to think that this parliament is not in any way undermining the constitutional provisions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, let's proceed. Clause 2.
Conditions for waiver of penalty and interest.
All in favor of clause 2 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Scope of waiver.
All in favor of clause 3 being a part of the bill, aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4.
Application for waiver.
All in favor of clause 4 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 5.
Consideration of application for waiver.
Clause 5 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 5 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 6.
Complaint and determination of complaint.
All in favor of clause 6 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 6 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 7, clause 8.
Terms of payment, remission of tax.
All in favor of clause 7 and clause 8 being part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 7 and 8 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 9.
Reporting.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Thank you, Speaker. Clause 9. Amendment proposed. Paragraph 8. Delete a waiver and insert waivers.
All in favor of the proposed amendment? All in favor of the proposed amendment being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 9, as amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 9, as amended, of the bill. Clause 10.
Regulations.
There's no advertised amendment to clause 10. All in favor of clause 10 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 10 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 11. Clause
Administrative guidelines.
Clause 12.
Interpretation.
All in favor of clauses 11 and 12 being part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think we did not take 7II.
Clause what?
Clause 9. 7II, clause 9. There's a second.
Very well. There were two amendments.
The amendment to 7II, clause 9, amendment proposed, paragraph B, delete a waiver and insert waivers.
Delete a waiver and insert?
And insert waivers.
Waivers. Very well. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 9 as amended shall stand part of. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 9 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. The long title.
An act to grant a waiver of penalties and interest on accumulated tax arrears up to December 2020 for persons who make arrangements with the Ghana Revenue Authority for payment of the principal tax by December 2021 and for related matters.
All in favor of the long title being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. That brings us to the end of consideration of the Penalty and Interest Waiver Bill 2021. Item number 24.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provision of Standing Order 1311, which require that when a bill has passed through the consideration stage, the third reading thereof shall not be taken until at least 24 hours have elapsed. The motion for the third reading of the Penalty and Interest Waiver Bill 2021 may be moved today. The Speaker so moved.
Yes. Honourable members, the procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item number 25.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Penalty and Interest Waiver Bill 2021 be now read the third time. I so move.
Yes. Yes, Chairman.
I second the motion.
Honourable members, the motion for the third reading has been moved and seconded. All in favor of the House adopting the motion, say aye. All against that, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
An act to grant a waiver of penalties and interest on accumulated tax arrears up to December 2020 for persons who make arrangements with the Ghana Revenue Authority for payment of the principal tax by December 2021 and for related matters.
The Penalty and Interest Waiver Bill 2021 is now read a third time and passed. Yes, Honourable Leader. What next?
Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding I move item listed as 26. Speaker,
item 26. Yes, you may move.
I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Order 81, which require that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which the notice of the motion is given and the date on which the motion is moved, the motion for the second reading of the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2021 may be moved. I so move.
I second the motion.
Honourable members, the procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item number 27.
I beg to move that the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2021 be now read a second time. Speaker, the object of the bill is to amend the Income Tax Act 2015 to provide for a rebate for specified industrial sectors and to suspend quarterly installment payments by self-employed persons using the tax stamp system and owners of commercial vehicles using the vehicle income tax stamp system for the second, third, and fourth quarters of 2021. This indeed is the government of the bill before us, and I commend same to us. I so move, Speaker.
Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.